go out there on foreign policy. And he's taken some strong stands, behind Ukraine, behind Israel mostly, and clearly we'll see kind of what his position in China. And I think these things work to create a better image for him than kind of staying in the White House. I mean, we'll see what happens. So far, as only Nikki Haley has shown any momentum. Biden's numbers have not improved so far, but I think he is out there on the foreign policy circuit now.
The New Hampshire primary is going to be first in the nation still, ahead of South Carolina, which the Democratic National Committee and President Biden want first, South Carolina. So Biden won't even be on the ballot in New Hampshire. Other than a day or two of news and somebody getting to brag, hey, I won New Hampshire, does it really matter?
Not in the Democratic side. I think on the Democratic side, he is the president. There's no organized, significant opposition. There's been some internal questioning, largely from the Obama camp in the last week or two. But if he wants to be the nominee and he's running, I think Democrats have been pretty well consolidated. The real interesting thing in New Hampshire will be, where does Nikki Haley and DeSantis wind up relative to Trump? Because it's a primary where independent voters can come in and they can make last-minute decisions, and it's not really that interesting to vote in an uncontested Dean Phillips Democratic primary. There could be a lot of soft Republicans who vote in that primary.
Mark Penn, former Clinton advisor, the CEO and founder of Stagwell Inc. That's a global marketing and communications group based in D.C. Mark, thanks for coming back on The Rundown.
Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, switching to MediShare saves about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. But what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the member satisfaction rate compared to health insurance. Double. MediShare is a proven thing, too. For over 30 years, it's a Christian community of more than 400,000 members. And here's the thing, too. If you join before November 30th and you mention the promo code SHARE, you'll get another $150 savings. So I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's November 30th. So call now and you'll save even more. Here's the number, 844-53-BIBLE. That's 844-53-BIBLE, 844-53-BIBLE.
Just be natural. Try to roll around in it gracefully and not like a puppy.
Maria's photography studio is zooming into a flurry of projects.
Where did I put that memory card?
She needs an assistant to keep business in focus.
Hang on while I change the external flash. Oh.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Want to know how to get the same cell coverage for up to half the cost? Well, instead of spending a fortune building and maintaining their own cell phone towers, Consumer Cellular just pays to use the same towers as the largest carriers and passes the savings on to you. Pretty smart, huh? Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
I'm Mark Luca, president of Aqua Pennsylvania, here to help you avoid costly clogs. Remember to toss all wipes in the trash, not in the toilet. This includes those marked flushable, as well as tissues, napkins, or paper towels. Flushing anything other than toilet paper can cause backups in your household plumbing and larger blockages in our system. Save the pipes, don't flush the wipes. Aqua, an essential utilities company providing clean, safe, reliable water when you need it. Learn more at aquawater.com. That's aquawater.com.
Have you been dreaming of a new shower to replace your slippery, ugly old tub? We're not talking about those cheap wraps that cover your old bath. PJ Fitzpatrick can install a low threshold or low entry, fully customized jacuzzi shower system in just one day. It is surprisingly affordable and it comes with a lifetime guarantee. Visit trustpj.com to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of generous fall promotions. That's trustpj.com.
Headed to the National Appliance Warehouse for your new kitchen appliances?
I know big box stores have low prices, but what about service?
It's great. Their cutting-edge team of professionals will answer all of your questions. They'll even suggest what to ask. They do it all, including their own delivery and custom installation teams, plus 0% extended financing.
Wow.
I know, and you can shop over 100 brands in their 15,000 square foot showroom. That's 6 times the amount of space the average home improvement store devotes to appliances.
Okay, so better service, selection, and prices, right?
Always. National Appliance Warehouse Price Assure scans prices online and updates electronic tags in real time to confirm theirs are the lowest.
The Black November Mega Sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 43% on select GE appliances. They have an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Innovative and inspiring, you'll love GE appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom on 202 in tax-free Wilmington.
News. I'm Carmen Roberts. There won't be a government shutdown tomorrow.
The government is staying open. And because of bipartisan cooperation, we're keeping the government open without any poison pills or harmful cuts to vital programs.
Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, after the Senate passed a stopgap spending bill last night to fund the government through the holidays, President Biden is expected to sign it. Also on Capitol Hill, a pro-Palestinian protest turned violent. Capitol Police say about 150 people descended on the DNC headquarters demanding a ceasefire in Gaza. Several police officers injured. President Biden and Chinese President Xi held talks yesterday in San Francisco in hopes of easing tensions between the world's two most powerful countries.
We have to ensure that competition does not veer into conflict, and we also have to manage it responsibly.
America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Major League Baseball award season continuing with the Cy Young, given to the top pitcher in each league annually. San Diego's Blake Snell takes the National League honors. His 2.25 earned run average was the best in all of baseball, and it's the second Cy of Snell's career. Over in the American League, Garrett Cole of the New York Yankees wins his first unanimously. Football, Cleveland Browns say quarterback Deshaun Watson will miss the rest of the season because of a fracture in his throwing shoulder. Meanwhile, Chicago Bears QB Justin Fields will return this weekend after missing 4 games with a dislocated thumb. That is sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Greg Thompson, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Sometimes movies that are based on a true story are really just entertaining works of historical fiction. And it's rare that a documentary that is 100% true can be as entertaining and compelling as a scripted and fictionalized version of that truth. But The Saint of Second Chances, currently streaming on Netflix, is the exception to this rule. The documentary tells the story of Mike Veck. Mike is the son of legendary baseball owner Bill Veck and the man responsible for Disco Demolition Night and the ensuing fallout that eventually forced his father out of ownership. It is fast-paced, funny, thoughtful, and emotional at the same time. The narrative weaves between the real-life Veck explaining his life, while Charlie Day portrays a younger Veck on screen and Jeff Daniels narrates. I don't take recommendations lightly, and this is not something I thought I would be recommending when I press play. But as this movie teaches us, some of life's best moments are the most surprising ones. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mic with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Dust off those renovation plans and start designing that new kitchen of your dreams with some help from Colonial Marble and Granite. Colonial Marble and Granite is offering fully installed countertops for just $14.99 or an all-in kitchen for $6,999, including cabinetry, countertops, and sink and faucet package. You heard right, $6,999 all-in kitchen. Stop by a Colonial Marble and Granite area showroom to see their amazing selection of products or make an appointment for a free in-home consultation. Visit colonialmarble.net.
When you need to
to know. Depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The World Health Organization says 26 out of Gaza's 36 hospitals are no longer functioning due to bombardment or lack of fuel. Capitol Police face off with protesters calling for a Gaza ceasefire outside of the DNC headquarters in Washington, D.C. The Free Library of Philadelphia is returning to 6-day service to 10 library locations throughout the city starting this weekend.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Tommy Lahren.
What's on your mind?
Senator Marsha Blackburn is demanding the release of the Jeffrey Epstein flight logs. Blackburn is calling on the Senate Judiciary Committee to issue a subpoena against the estate of the now deceased sex offender Jeffrey Epstein with the goal of obtaining and exposing the passengers that traveled aboard his private jet. The plane named the Lolita Express was allegedly used by Epstein and his partner to fly celebrities and other high-profile people around the world into his infamous private island where he kept underage girls. The American people have a right to know the politicians, celebrities, and potential abusers that participated or were complicit in Epstein's child prostitution ring. It's an absolute abomination that these logs have been buried, hidden, and protected for so long. Release the unredacted flight logs and let's get a look at the pedophiles and abusers who ought to finally pay the price. I'm Tommy Lahren, and you can watch my show Tommy Lahren is Fearless at Outkick.com.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
All right, do you want a killer Black Friday deal? I got one. Get a free Moto G 5G phone with Pure Talk. No gimmicks, no trade-in necessary. You just sign up for Pure Talk's unlimited talk and text and 15-gig data plan. It's only $35 a month, and you'll get your Moto G 5G phone for free. But here's the deal. You need to move fast because these phones are going to be gone by the end of the month. So if your current phone is on life support, you can upgrade for free with Pure Talk. Now, you enjoy 2-day battery life, an exceptional quad-pixel camera, and a whole lot more. Dial pound 250, say the keyword SAVE now to get this exclusive offer and to select the plan that's right for your family. Remember, Pure Talk gives you America's most dependable 5G network at half the price, so make the switch today. It's simple, fast, and easy. Dial pound 250, say the keyword SAVE now to claim your free Moto G 5G phone with a qualifying plan. Again, dial pound 250, say the keyword SAVE now. Pure Talk is simply smarter wireless.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
Times are tough. Sometimes a paycheck just doesn't cut it. Today, more people than ever need our help. I'm Ernie Russell, Board President of the Catholic Charities Appeal of the Archdiocese of Philadelphia. Through the annual appeal, nearly 1 million people in our community receive help through shelters, soup kitchens, schools for special education, and so much more. Please donate today. Your gift matters.
Please donate at CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org. That's CatholicCharitiesAppeal.org.
Hey, Pennsylvania, we need a talented team of thinkers, hard workers, innovators, protectors, and doers to power our Commonwealth forward. Are you ready to join the team?
NDOT is now hiring for equipment operators, mechanics, inspectors, and engineers. Jobs with great state benefits, generous time off, and room to grow. Apply online today at employment.pa.gov. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
This Black Friday, cozy up to the idea of saving on sparkling styles for the season and find great gifts at extraordinary prices for every budget at Cozy Jewelers, where diamonds are harnessed from around the globe, handcrafted by Cozy's expert jewelers right here in Delco for that beautiful sparkling gift under the tree. The 5 C's of diamonds: cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. So for a ring as unique as her, visit Cozy Jewelers Custom Designs in Newtown Square and at cozyjewelers.com.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, November 16th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. Action-packed Thursday. We are absolutely loaded today. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great. Rode my bike to work. I made it in just fine.
What, flat tire? You didn't want to change it in the dark like a hero? Gregory.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, just another Thursday.
Yeah, buddy.
Another day in the life.
Yeah, dude.
We'll do it for 4 hours, then we'll go home and we'll do it again tomorrow.
Yep.
I think that's the way that works. We got a good show today for you. We are going to talk about the lowering of the bar of all of the standards that were previously set in many industries in this country that, you know what? We don't even need to worry about anymore. Passing tests, reaching a certain rate, just shove on everybody through. You know what? If you want a job, have it. You don't need to prove your worth. Just take it. We'll get to that this morning in our big take. Also, coming up this morning, what happened in Washington, D.C. last night in front of the DNC.
Wow. Man.
Yes.
I feel like it's...
Smells insurrection-y.
I feel
Thank
like it's...
you.
I feel like it's 1968 all over again.
It is.
Like, with the, the DNC convention's going to be in Chicago this year. There's a war going on. It just, I don't know. It just, something happening here.
You can sense it, right? You can see it.
What
you
it
can
is
feel it.
ain't exactly clear.
By the way, Dawn, he did not say it properly. It's Chicago.
Chicago.
Well, I'm not from there, so I don't care how they say
But
it.
I love...
It's a hideous city.
But I love that we got Greg Stocker singing.
Yeah, I know.
Wee hours of, it's...
6:04.
We've just begun.
Yeah, I know. Usually that doesn't come until at least the cut sheet. Biden and Xi yesterday in San Francisco. You ever go to a football game or watch a football game where the road team has more fans? Yeah. We'll get to that yesterday. Pull out the Chinese flag. It's just a big festival and a parade in the city where wokeness was began.
Who has Chinese flags in this city?
I know. Isn't it amazing?
In that city.
Right. In San Francisco?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pull out the motorcade. Here comes Xi. Let's have a good time. We also have the menu on what they dined on. We'll talk about that. Yeah. And also, you know what? You guys smell that in the air? A little fishy, right? We got to get to this Kelly Oubre story in the city of Philadelphia with the Sixers. Has nothing to do with basketball, folks. Has everything to do with an alleged hit and run. We'll get to that as we continue. A lot of good stuff today. This is going to be a good show. Trust me, you're not going to want to miss it. Plus, I'll probably say something stupid that you disagree with, and then you'll tweet me all day and tell me I'm a moron. But that was yesterday. Let's try to move forward, shall we? All right, 6:05. Let's get to the news. Round number 1, the great Dawn Stensland, and away we go.
And good morning on this Thursday morning, November 16th. There's a big warm-up weather-wise on the way, so we will get to that, and you are going to like it. thank you to Best Work Industries for the Blind for sponsoring our Kayal and Company News Live at 6 a.m., 6:05 p.m. Police say that there is a disturbing discovery. This is Montgomery County. Police are warning the public about this. There's a lot of concern because of this disturbing discovery on a Montgomery County trail. So a woman was found unconscious with multiple injuries. This, according to Lower Merion police officers who have now stepped up patrols at the trailhead right along Kinwood Heritage Trail. And so they say that they received a 911 call, came from a passing jogger. This happened early in the morning, so people working out, as we know, making our way to work early in the morning. You see a lot of people out trying to get their exercise in before work, before the day, etc. That's apparently what this 42-year-old Manayunk woman was out getting some exercise early in the morning, and she suffered with head and body injuries along with signs of exposure. So they don't even know how long she was there. Runners and bikers are now, everybody's kind of talking about this because this is in Montgomery County. This is very unusual, obviously, in this area. And so many are saying, maybe I'll have a buddy system. I'm not going to go alone. So the reason many work out here and on this trail in particular is they feel that there's a safety element to it. Now people not feeling as safe. Police say the woman was taken to Lankenau Medical Center. They say it's not clear what exactly happened to her, but they have spoken to her, so they're limiting what they're giving out here.
Yep.
But they're asking for information from anyone. Please come forward if you have any information. And this happened on the trail on Tuesday morning.
And which specific locality was this within Montgomery County?
So this is in Lower Merion.
Okay.
And so essentially the main line of Philadelphia.
Yep.
So this is the Kinwood Heritage Trail. Because we have, we're blessed with this extensive trail system, but she was actually back on a trail. So this is very concerning. And so they want more information. And obviously they continue that investigation. We will continue to follow that one. We still don't have a lot of answers, by the way, on that bar brawl that we talked about in South Philadelphia yesterday, where we continue to update that one as they're investigating it, as well as many violent incidents across the city. I'll take you to the Penridge School District, which was sued yesterday. There are some legal filings by the Educational Law Center and the University of Pennsylvania filing this against the Penridge School District, saying that the school district has failed to protect children of color and of the LGBTQ plus IA community from those students from harassment and policies that don't celebrate diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives such as banning pride flags.
Oh, so another victimhood story. Just very fitting with the big take from yesterday.
So, yes, so this is, but this is real. This is a civil rights. This is a civil rights investigation. This is the Penridge School District they're going after. And now they're saying that they want the U.S. Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights, Joe Biden's Office of Civil Rights, to order this particular Bucks County district to take serious actions. So we have that. It's on the front of the digital version of the Inquirer today. So I just wanted to point that to your attention. We have in Exton, I'm taking you all over the place just to give you some different news of the day, and there's a whole lot of it. But we've talked a lot about all these different crime rings. We have different burglary rings. We've talked about this. The ones who are striking overnight, for example, in Norristown, Montgomery County. We've talked about the ones that are striking when they believe that people are not home on the main line in Montgomery County, especially in Abington, that area, but on the main line. This one has to do with Chester County. And so these are the Ulta Beauty stores that we've been talking about for a time. They've been a victim to these types of crime rings. They had things settled down. Now, here they come back again. They've released new surveillance images, and they are believed to be white Hispanic men who are in this crime ring. This is on West Lincoln Highway in Exton, Pennsylvania. And so they've been hit multiple times. So far this month, we're midway through November, and police believe this crime ring is responsible for some of them, at least. West Whiteland police releasing the video of a group of men, 3 men, they say stole thousands of dollars worth of perfume from the store. One man would act as a lookout, another distracting employees. A third guy would actually take the perfume or the expensive goods, and they've gotten away with thousands and thousands of dollars worth of merchandise. So they believe that this ring is actually very active here in Philadelphia as well. Philadelphia all the way down to Maryland.
Wow.
And so they're working, these are multiple agencies, and so they're saying at least $12,000 in thefts that are just happening within the last few days.
Wow. Unbelievable.
So these crime rings, and I'd done an interview with a lieutenant from Abington just on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
He said a lot of these crime rings, they're well connected. So they're here in Philadelphia, they're Maryland, they're Chester County, they're Montgomery County.
It's a network.
It is.
Mhm.
They do, Nick. That's well put. They are tying them even to groups out in California.
It's unbelievable.
So these individuals, very hardworking, very organized, and for the most part, I don't see, as far as these crime rings that are coming from either over the border illegally or on some kind of a work visa, they don't appear, by all accounts, thank God, to be violent.
Okay.
They want to do the crime, they want to get the goods, and they want to get out.
Give us the perfume and nobody gets hurt.
Exactly. So,
give me that, Liz Claiborne. Sorry. I'm just trying to add some levity to something.
Stop.
My God, what a terrible world. I'm just going to go home and stay inside for the rest of my life. This is unreal.
Philadelphia police reaching a deal with the city for a 1-year contract extension. This includes a 5% pay raise as well as a $1,800 lump sum bonus. 1-year deal starting in July of 2024. And I believe also, as far as, they do get some meal allowances, and I think they doubled that because of inflation and the cost of things. So obviously they're trying to incentivize. We're down about at least 1,000 police officers in recruitment right now and heavily trying to recruit folks. So Philadelphia police trying to sweeten the deal as they try to recruit more officers. And yes, I know this is the top story. I purposely didn't make it the top story. I purposely put it after the police recruitment story. What everybody's talking about is Kelly Oubre Jr., that right now Philadelphia police still investigating after the hit and run involving the 76ers guard. He continues to recover from broken ribs, a fractured rib, I should say, other injuries. But initial reports from police say the driver's side mirror on a silver car clipped Oubre as he was crossing Spruce and Hicks Street in Center City. Happened last weekend, and I know you'll get to it, but I just want to put that out there. The 27-year-old reportedly, suffering this fractured rib, lacerations, other assorted injuries to his leg, to his hip, but investigators right now have not cracked the case.
6:45 this morning, we'll delve into it. Plus, we have new Ring doorbell footage of Mr. Oubre.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
So just pointing out, we have literally hundreds of unsolved crimes going on. We're down 1,000 police officers. Everybody cares about this investigation.
Absolutely.
All right. And, of course, we'll talk this morning about all the national news, what happened in D.C. last night. That's incredible, as well as what happened out west on the left coast in California as U.S. President Joe Biden, of course, met with the Chinese president, Xi Jinping, who is the president of China and of the CCP. And we'll talk about whether or not President Joe Biden called him a president or a dictator. I know we'll have that one as well.
Yes.
Teasing that. All right, we are sponsored. Oh, and in sports, let me do our sponsor. We're sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind, which has an e-commerce store helping businesses succeed in all work environments. BestWorkSuppliesCenter.com, offering traditional office products, cleaning supplies, furniture tech, and much more with free shipping and next-day delivery. Shop now, save at bestworksupplycenter.com. We talked about our Sixer on the recovery. Sixers losing last night. Flyers, however, Owen Tippett, Travis Konecny, and Ryan Poling scoring to lead the Philadelphia Flyers to a 3-1 victory over the Carolina Hurricanes. And so the Flyers scoring early goals in the first and second periods.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of the Sixers and Celtics. No, I didn't watch the Flyers. I would never do that to myself. But the Sixers were down 15 at the end of the first quarter, and Boston had 2 starters not playing last night. I know it's a long season. You get these kind of weird games, but I was like, come on, man. Like, they've lost 40% of their starters, and you're down almost 20 after 12 minutes.
Yeah, Porzingis wasn't in, and who was the other one? Jalen
Brown, I think his name is.
Yeah.
But at least they put the floor back to the normal hardwood.
I was just going to say that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So my eyes, I didn't have to watch the game last night wearing sunglasses.
I saw a picture of the red floor for the Wells Fargo Center. I thought they were going to do the yeah, I guess they didn't.
Yeah, they did it for the little play-in tournament or whatever they call it, in-season tournament.
Yeah.
It's a charade.
Yeah, so the headline here is Philadelphia Sixers lose a second straight against shorthanded Boston Celtics.
That's one way to put it.
So kind of putting the shiv to the Sixers right in the headlines there. So we lost that one. The forecast, however, you're going to love. As far as today, we get up to 65 degrees. Tomorrow, we rise to 70 degrees. Later in the day, yes, there are some showers. Enjoy today and tomorrow's lovely warm weather because Friday night into Saturday morning, that rain brings in a cold front. We're in the low to mid-50s for the weekend. And so enjoy today and tomorrow. It's going to be quite lovely and quite warm. Kayal Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:16 Thursday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal Company.
The Big Take this morning, lowering the bar in America. When you lower the bar, ultimately you end up losing. What made America great was requiring the best and seeking out excellence, setting a standard for your industry, your personal career path, and settling for nothing less than the best. Winners really don't compete against others. Winners compete against the standard that they set for themselves. It's a process. If you follow that process, usually the results will come. And what we are witnessing in the United States is embarrassing on many fronts. Now, you know me, I believe in meritocracy. The best people get the job, the scholarship, the role in a movie, the award in athletic competition. I'm not in the business of giving you credit for something you didn't earn. If you want credit, that's what MasterCard is for. But how can we continue to be the global leader if we settle for less than the best in a multitude of industries? Simply put, we cannot. For too many years now, we have been lowering the bar in the name of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and it's catching up to us. Yesterday, we talked about the story coming out of Washington, D.C., where the D.C. Council is considering doing away with the exam requirement for certain types of social workers over concerns of racial bias, stemming from a low pass rate from both Asian and African American applicants. Yep, that's the solution. Let's get rid of the exam. Let's pass people that fail so their feelings aren't hurt. Great strategy, right? You'll be sending out the least skilled social workers into the field to deal with awful cases. But what about teachers? What about our military? And what about law enforcement? We are lowering the bar there as well. So let's start with the education field. A New Jersey teachers union is pushing to eliminate a basic skills test for teachers. That according to a statement issued on Wednesday. The Daily Caller with the details. The New Jersey Education Association released a statement touting their goal to lower the bar for aspiring teachers and encouraged allies to write letters to the governor expressing support for the cause. In a tweet, they posted the following, quote, "We need you to take action. Last year, New Jersey eliminated the EDTPA, a barrier to becoming a certified teacher. Now it's time to eliminate the other barrier, the basic skills test for teachers." That's right. Urge Governor Murphy to sign S-1553 right away. Hashtag we are NJEA. And oh, by the way, hashtag you are stupid NJ. New Jersey requires that candidates for teacher certification pass a basic skills test. The Praxis Core academic skills for educators, which consists of reading, writing, and math. Or show your SAT, ACT, or GRE scores in the top third percentile the year that they were taken, the statement continues. Great. So don't worry about reading. Don't worry about writing. Don't worry about math, stuff that you'll never need in this lifetime. This is almost as bad as the story that we talked about a few weeks ago where the state of Oregon is eliminating the educational requirements that they did last month with their students and not needing to meet a certain standard to graduate. That's right, just push them on through the system, get them in, get them out, and get them on their way. What in the hell is going on in this world? Teachers in New York City successfully suing the city over their failure to pass a basic literacy exam, arguing the disparity in pass rates between Black, Latino, and white test takers proves a bias. A judge found that the test in New York violated the Civil Rights Act because it did not show a meaningful correlation between a teacher's performance on the test and their performance in the classroom. I love how you can fail a test in this day and age and claim that your civil rights have been violated. We are truly living in upside-down, bizarro world times. And next, we get to law enforcement, as we look at the issue right here in the state of Pennsylvania. In an effort to address the workforce shortages in law enforcement, the state of Pennsylvania has now dropped the college credit requirement to become a trooper. That according to WHP. Governor Josh Shapiro and state law enforcement leaders are dropping the 60 college credit requirement, which is basically 2 years of college. It's community college, essentially what it is. We're going to drop it, and it will no longer be a requirement for applicants in hopes of increasing the pool of applicants who are hoping to seek out a career as a state trooper. Once again, we are lowering the bar, this time in order to fix an issue that you, Democrats, are responsible for. Geez, I wonder why nobody wants to be a cop in America in 2023. What could be the reason why? And who is responsible for this? And now you compound your issue by making a second poor decision. But don't take it from me. Here is Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro with this statement on dropping the 60 college credit requirement to become a state trooper in PA. Listen and watch this.
But the number of applicants to the Pennsylvania State Police Academy to reinforce those ranks, well, that has dropped significantly over the last several years. Consider this, in the 1990s, the Academy received 10,000 applicants per class. In 2019, just a few years ago, they had 8,000 applicants per class. But this year, they had just 1,800 applicants for their latest class. It's important to note that the diminished numbers in these classes are not unique to the Pennsylvania State Police. This is an issue for policing all across Pennsylvania and indeed in most parts of this nation. But we need to take the steps now, right here at the Pennsylvania State Police, in order to address these challenges. How do we do that? Well, we start by reaffirming that policing is a noble profession here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And this, the Pennsylvania State Police, is the finest law enforcement agency in our nation. We need to show those who want to serve that this door of opportunity is open to them. And we want to make clear that we want you on our PSP team. That's why our First Lady has spent so much time here with the Pennsylvania State Police, meeting some of our fine female troopers and showing young women and girls that we want their skills and their expertise here in our state law enforcement. And it's why I'm back here today to make an important announcement. Our State Police Academy trains highly capable public servants who work hard to make our communities safer. But for nearly 30 years, credit requirements, college credit requirements, have prevented some of the most capable and committed from being able to serve our Commonwealth. No longer will that be the case. I've directed Colonel Paris, in his role as Commissioner of the State Police, to waive the college credit requirement for Pennsylvanians who want to be state troopers, effective immediately.
Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. So in 2019, you had 8,000 applicants. Now you have 1,800. What happened over the last 3.5 years? Oh, that's right. As someone who has a criminal justice degree, I think those 60 credits matter. Those courses on policing, criminology, probation, parole, the courts, detention centers, prisons, and methods of punishment are of value to an officer. But nope, let's just ditch that after Democrats and the media defunded the police, demonized the police, and demoralized officers, and this has led to this shortage. According to Pennsylvania State Police, cadets must possess a high school diploma or GED, be at least 20 years of age, and possess a valid driver's license. That's it. That's all you need. We should be sending out some really great cops with no standards. Applicants who meet all requirements will move on to a written exam. And then we have the military. The Heritage Foundation with this headline and story, America's Army, equitable, but not combat ready. Well, that makes you feel really good, right? Great to know. Israel and Hamas at war, Russia and Ukraine, and great timing as Xi comes to San Francisco to ease tensions with President Joe Biden. Army physical fitness has been sacrificed on the altar of gender equity, a move that former infantryman Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas has said, quote, will get soldiers killed. It's bad enough that 70% of our military now qualifies as obese, but now we lower the bar even further. Asked why these standards have been lowered by Senator Cotton of Arkansas, Secretary Wormuth replied, quote, "We wanted to make sure that we didn't unfairly have standards for a particular subgroup that people, couldn't perform. We didn't want to disadvantage any subgroups." So now the entire Army is disadvantaged. Its readiness degraded in the names of fairness. The desire to put equitable outcomes first is reducing elite combat units to the lowest common denominator. It is a recipe for defeat. And for the sake of America's Army, let's hope that we don't end up in a true war. So teachers, law enforcement, social workers, the military, what's next? What bar can we lower in another field? Maybe you don't need to get a medical degree. You don't need to get your doctor's degree to perform open heart surgery. What about the profession of law? And for what? Feelings and inclusion? Give me a break. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210, the phone number, Twitter and Instagram at 1210WPHT. Or, of course, you can be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community. We'll come back, get some thoughts and reactions to that, as well as what happened yesterday in San Francisco as Joe Biden met with the President of the United States, Mr. Xi. Yes, I said it, the President of the United States, Mr. Xi. That was facetious. That was tongue-in-cheek. We're back after this. It's Kayal and Company live here on this Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Week 11 in the NFL starts tonight with Cincinnati at Baltimore, and it ends on Monday with Kansas City coming here to your Philadelphia Eagles. Right now, the Eagles are plus 122 on the money line for Monday night's game. FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. So plunk down $5 on the Eagles plus 122 on Monday night, and when they win, you get $150 in bonus bets back. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. You can bet on everything from spreads to player props, over-under, so much more. All you have to do is sign up right now. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg. Sign up right now, and don't miss out on your chance to make an easy $5 bet. It's a cup of coffee, and you can get $150 in bonus bets that you can play with all season long. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
Are you looking for a venue for your holiday party, a baby shower, or even a wedding? Look no further. Plan your next event at Riverwinds Restaurant. No matter the reason for your gathering, they'll make it perfect. Just choose the date, and Riverwinds will create a decadent menu that will exceed your expectations. Then enjoy as you and your guests have the event of a lifetime in a beautiful setting along the Delaware River with views of the Philadelphia skyline and the most picturesque sunsets in the area. Visit theriverwindsrestaurant.com today.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The World Health Organization says 26 out of Gaza's 36 hospitals are no longer functioning due to bombardment or lack of fuel. Capitol Police face off with protesters calling for a Gaza ceasefire outside of the DNC headquarters in Washington, D.C. The Free Library of Philadelphia is returning to 6-day service at 10 library locations throughout the city starting this weekend.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Increase your holiday spending power with an American Heritage Credit Union Cash Rewards MasterCard. Now through January 31st, 2024, earn 3% cash back on everything you buy, including holiday meals, decor, gifts, travel, and more. Go ahead and treat yourself to something extra with the cash back you earned. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/creditcards today. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. Life can get hectic. It's time to retreat from the noise. Take a breath. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's oldest and largest Catholic retreat house, located on a stunning campus in Chester County. Surround yourself in God's beauty while you step back, reflect, and recharge. Malvern Retreat House hosts men and women's retreats, plus couples retreats, spiritual direction, recovery retreats, and more. For retreat information and schedules, go to malvernretreat.com. Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice.
It's Black Friday all month at Gerhardt's Appliances, and we're turning hot deals into straight fire. This LG air fry range in gas or electric for $7.99 is a hot Black Friday deal. But the same range with matching microwave and dishwasher for only $6.99 after rebate, now that's straight fire.
Whoa.
Just like this Samsung washer and dryer pair for $7.99 after rebate. Sure, you can probably wait in the cold for hot deals Black Friday morning, but at Gerhardt's, we've got the fire all month long.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
.632, Kayal and Company, as we continue live. It is a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. You can watch us live on YouTube, 855-839-1210 to climb in on the conversation. I knew it was bad. I mean, I really did. I mean, locally with certain municipalities, you know, they can't find police officers in the city or in certain townships. We understand that. And I knew that they were struggling at the state level, and Pennsylvania state troopers, the entry-level salary, starting salary, is actually $66,000. So it's a pretty nice starting pay if you want to go down that career path. I just didn't realize that it had dropped off so bad in the last 4 years. You heard Josh Shapiro there. 30 years ago, they were averaging 10,000 applicants per year. 4 years ago, it was 8,000. So they had a 20% decline over the course of 25 years or so. But from 2019, they had 8,000 applicants to this past year, 1,800 in a 4-year stretch. And what happened in the summer of 2020? The defund the police movement and everything post George Floyd. Let's demonize police. Let's demoralize them. Every cop is a white supremacist. They violate your civil rights, so forth and so on. We played you the video yesterday in the Big Take of the officer that did everything possible to help our little friend that was having an anxiety attack, that was non-binary, that was indigenous, that thought cops were the devil, that thought white people were triggering, and ultimately the cop had to arrest that lady. But now we're down to 1,800. So what do we do, Dawn? We drop the college requirement. And look, I get it. I think college is a little bit overrated. But I think you got to have some sort of a baseline to be a state trooper. It would help to know something about the criminal justice system.
Do you, though?
A little bit. It doesn't replace real-world experience.
No, and like a military type training, I would think, would be way more beneficial than a college degree.
Right.
No, I
yeah.
don't know.
No, you're right. But it's at every level. It's in our military now. We're going to lower the athletic requirements for certain measurements and physical fitness tests so that we can be more diverse. Do you think China and Russia gives a damn about our diversity when it comes to war? Do you think they're going to just give up and, hey, guys, dial it back. They're very diverse. Let's not be too egregious here and commit any war crimes. It's embarrassing that we have just lowered the standard for everybody so that everybody can feel like they get a slice of the pie, too. It's not the way America works.
Yeah, it's true. And as well, I think the other issue is you don't want the bar lowered, to your point, in any other ways. And so in Philadelphia, we're so far down with, and I don't know how we catch up because the training is extensive and you need to train people for about a year, essentially.
Yep.
And so you don't want the bar lowered. And that's a huge issue. And usually I think that they try to hire people of the right temperament, let's say. I think temperament actually has more to do. It used to be they wanted like a big firefighter or firefighters I still would say.
Yeah.
Maybe because they're carrying, we're all getting bigger.
Yeah.
And you're carrying somebody from a third-story window, so maybe that argument could be made.
And you're lugging heavy equipment.
You know what I mean?
Who's carrying this fat ass?
Could you imagine going up to the 4th floor to get Chris Christie out of a fire?
Oh, my gosh.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
We're going to need that forklift, guys.
It's like jump!
He is not a fat pig. Not a fat
Not
pig.
nice.
Yeah. So, I mean, imagine lowering this. Like I said yesterday, we're going to lower the standards for open heart surgeons next.
I agree with you on certain jobs like this, and I don't think we should lower the standards on police officers. I want the best of the best patrolling our streets. I just don't know if the college thing needs to be part of that. I think that, and this may be an unpopular opinion, but that's what I'm here for. I feel like I want butt kickers in there who have some sort of military type boot camp style training.
But as our friend showed us yesterday,
especially
in the
these
Big
days,
Take, we don't want butt kickers as police officers. We have to have de-escalators now. Let's have social workers showing up instead of cops because they can talk down the triggered individual so we don't end up having cases of police brutality and civil rights violations.
Well, that woman, not the indigenous person who was drunk driving, allegedly, I guess I have to say, but that councilwoman who was hammered
in Georgia,
who was screaming and flailing, she needed to be restrained.
Oh my gosh, she needed to be put in a straitjacket.
Absolutely. So in situations like that, I don't need somebody de-escalating. I need a big, powerful person that can put her in a sleeper hold and restrain her.
I agree.
Yeah, and you would say, well, in that one, they had, 3 people, including a woman.
Yep.
So you would think that, oh, well, if it's a woman thing or a diversity, equity, inclusion thing, they had all of that.
Yep.
And still, she's alleging certain situations when they handled it beautifully. And, and quite frankly, they were trying to save her from herself.
And this is an elected official.
Yes.
This is not some random TikToker that lost their mind. This is a government employee. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in.
You know what? Our friend Chief Patrick Malloy, who's a big listener, big fan of yours,
he is.
Abington Police Chief Malloy, he says that back in the 90s, they had 1,500, 1,500 applicants. But after we saw what you're talking about in the early 2020s, now we see that they have, maybe 300 a year.
So they've lost almost,
I mean, it's a huge drop.
Yeah.
And so then you think about it, when you think of only 300 every year, and they actually have the better, they attract more than anybody in the region.
Yep.
And so that tells you something about the fact that, okay, they can pick and choose from 300.
Yeah.
But obviously, you're going to get lower quality. He did make the point on Greg, talking about military.
Yep. Yeah.
He said military training's good, but having emotionally intelligent, college-educated applicants is also beneficial. Policing is not like the military.
I don't disagree with that. And obviously he's coming at it from a more cerebral place than I am.
Yeah.
But I just think of, you see what these cops have to deal with every day with these lunatics and these people who are just, they need almost like basic training type level stuff to deal with the gangs and everybody out here with guns and all that nonsense.
Well, the disregard for human life and the violence, yes. And then on the other side, so it's like you deal with these really, really aggressive, violent criminals, but then you deal with the mentally deranged, like our friend yesterday in the Big Take, where it's like, my God, this officer needs a psychology degree. He needs to be he should be carrying medicine with him to prescribe a prescription for this person.
Yeah, he's like Dr. Phil.
He's like Dr. Phil,
you know what I mean?
You know? It's like, my God, what did I sign up for? So, and God bless those that still have the desire to do it, because I couldn't do it. And I don't have the temperament for it. Like, my sister was texting me yesterday. She was listening to the Big Take when she was at the gym on the treadmill, and she was like, I don't know how that officer didn't body slam that girl. I mean, she was just at the point where it's like, at some point, you got to have such a temperament to deal with that.
Yeah, he handled it very well.
He
Even
really
Dawn
did.
said that afterwards. It was just, he was very calm and cool. And yes, you do need that temperament.
Yep.
But I feel like sometimes, especially if you're a city cop in a city like Philadelphia or Chicago or any place like that, you need some sort of military training because that's what you're dealing with every day.
Exactly right. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. All right, I'm gonna break just a little bit early because I don't want to rush through what happened yesterday in China with Xi and Biden. So we're gonna get to this on the other side. We've got some video, we've got some audio for you as well that we will show because yesterday was, if you watched the video, you would have thought it was a home game for Xi, so to speak, not a road game in San Francisco. Which was very, very disheartening. So we'll get to that on the other side. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Is it a good time to buy a home or too late to be selling your home? Are we facing a global financial crisis like in 2008? And what the heck is going on with these interest rates? Diane Cardano-Casaccio from the Cardano Real Estate Team with all the information you need to know about the current housing market. First, stop listening to the mainstream media. Next, call me or go to my YouTube channel for my predictions and advice. I predict home prices to go up and inventory to rise when the interest rates come down to at least 5.3%. But Thanksgiving is coming. Put all your worries aside and meet me at the Abington Firehouse Tuesday, November 21st to get your free Thanksgiving apple or pumpkin pie, courtesy of me and my team. From 9 to 5, we'll give out pies to our loyal 1210 listeners. Also, get my report on why this real estate market is not going to crash, as well as get a signed copy of my home selling book. Reserve your pie at getfreepie.com, getfreepie.com, or call 215-576-8666. See you there.
The day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me, 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit njdiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Introducing new AmeriHealth Medicare Advantage plans for New Jersey. The Medicare annual enrollment period runs through December 7th. Now is the perfect time to think about the benefits you need in a Medicare Advantage plan. AmeriHealth has helped protect New Jersey residents for nearly 30 years. It's a great feeling to have a health plan that takes care of you. From a company you trust. A health plan for everyone. Get your Medicare questions answered. Visit AmeriHealthMedicare.com/2024 today.
From Essington to Cochranville. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company as we continue live here on this Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. This segment brought to you by Consumer Cellular. Consumer Cellular offers the exact same nationwide 5G coverage as their major carriers, even in bumper-to-bumper traffic. Their 100% U.S.-based support is just a click or call away, plus activation always free. Visit consumercellular.com to switch today. All right, so we'll get to the Kelly Oubre story as that has taken some bizarre twists and turns. We've got new visual audio and evidence and some details that we will get to, both from Howard Eskin's interview with Sixers coach Nick Nurse about the alleged hit and run, and also some Ring doorbell footage that we will play for you, and we'll get to that as we kick off hour 2 after Dawn's news. But yesterday, the big story nationwide and really globally was Xi rolling into San Francisco as Joe and the communist dictator from China sat down together after Gavin Newsom had cleaned up the homeless, after he had sanitized the curbs and the subways in the city and made it all spiffy for Mr. Xi. It's the least he could do after running over kids on a Chinese basketball court as he was filming a commercial. I mean, you know, you knock over an 8-year-old, you got to make up for it, right?
Absolutely.
So I'm sitting there and I'm waiting for it to kind of unfold. I guess it was late in the afternoon yesterday, 3:30, 4 o'clock Eastern. And I was just bouncing around between the 3 networks, seeing who was covering it, what the footage looked like, different camera angles and things like that. And I'm thinking, why is America cheering this guy on? We had plenty of people that were in the streets like this was a parade. I know we have visual footage. We've got some a video. I don't know if there's audio with it, but you'll see, I believe, if Phil and Anthony, if you can put this up on YouTube.
Yeah, it's up there. No.
Okay. You see some of the still photos of...
Look at all those Chinese flags.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yes.
To America's 1.
Within a 20-yard stretch, probably. You had officers standing there, barricades, people taking selfies and photos. If I didn't know any better, I thought this was the Macy's Day Thanksgiving parade.
And then here's the motorcade, I guess, that's going down the streets. And it looks like you would not think it was the United States of America.
True.
You would think it was Taiwan or something.
That is correct.
Somebody had tweeted out a side-by-side with the remake or one of the, what was it, Red Dawn. Red Dawn,
Yep.
which how can I forget that name?
Yep.
And a side-by-side and saying this was the movie set. And I'm glad you actually chose the ground shot, because the shot you're looking at right now from the street,
Yep.
on some of those you can't even see the American flag at all.
Yep.
Yeah, in this video that we're playing right now, and it's on a loop, go over to YouTube if you want to see it, youtube.com/1210WPHT. It's literally just, there's all Chinese flags everywhere you can see.
That's right. This was a communist dictator takeover of San Francisco, California.
No, I mean, what's the difference?
Yeah, well, it's basically the same thing, right? And I'm thinking, like, why are we cheering this guy on and celebrating this? This is a guy that was complicit in a virus that stifled the globe for 3 years. We had economic shutdowns. We had lockdowns. We had a reallocation of wealth to the 1%. And we further decimated the middle class. This is a nation, by the way, that has enslaved Muslims in camps.
My question is that if you look at this picture right now, and for those of you driving or listening on the Odyssey app, obviously you can't see it, but it looks like a bunch of what I would assume Chinese Americans.
Correct.
Who are they're cheering, like, if they love China so much and they're displaying the flags and they want to get pictures and a glimpse of their dear leader.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't they go back?
Yeah, if life in China is so great, why stay in good the little old America these days, right? And where's the Squad Dems at, I'm wondering? I was thinking about this yesterday. The Squad Dems are all about the pro-Palestinian movement and protecting the Muslims and things like that. Yet here we have a nation in China that has Muslims in camps. They support the Palestinians, but not the Chinese Muslims. Very interesting dichotomy there.
Shelly on the YouTube chat writes, "This is so sad. You would not see this in China with all American flags." That is
so
a
true.
great point. Can you imagine if when Biden goes there, they're not sitting there waving American flags?
No.
I would love for a graffiti artist to get up there and just paint MAGA on every one of the red flags.
Yes.
They'd lose their mind, like a big old MAGA hat.
Well, and you say we wouldn't see these American flags in China? You wouldn't see what you saw yesterday if Trump was the president. We wouldn't be rolling out the red carpet for China as if this is like a celebrity edition of The Bachelor. I mean, Xi was showing up like this was some sort of game show yesterday. And by the way, forget COVID for a moment. This guy's also responsible for a drug crisis with fentanyl. I mean, China is one of the biggest distributors of fentanyl. It leaves China. It's on boats. It comes to the southern border, up through our nation. And, you know, we're cleansing and sanitizing neighborhoods and streets, not for the benefit of Americans, not for homeless veterans, but for a dictator that literally has global dominance aspirations. Very interesting.
Well, and to your point, I mean, that was the whole issue, that once Trump got tough and knew how to get tough, right, with all the tariffs and everything, that's when this fentanyl crisis erupted. And China says, not our fault. We just send over the kit. Wink, wink. But obviously, that was in retaliation to what Trump was doing, which was the right thing to do.
Yes. Yes, indeed. You got to be tough. That are also not going to respect you.
Yeah.
And they don't respect Joe Biden. They don't respect Gavin Newsom. And yesterday they spent 4 hours at this historic home outside of San Francisco in which basically the message was the world is big enough for both countries, and we just can't allow our competitiveness to result or turn into conflict. That was essentially the message from Xi and Biden. And then they had a beautiful lunch, which consisted of the following. So get ready if you're going to be hungry after you hear this one. Herbed ricotta ravioli.
Yum.
Sounds delicious.
It does, actually.
Artichoke crisps.
Okay.
Tarragon roasted heritage chicken. Carolina gold rice pilaf. I love a good rice pilaf. Charred broccolini and Brussels sprouts. Almond meringue cake, buttercream sauce, and Concord grape sauce. Sounds like a delicious lunch between one guy who's inept that bends the knee for another guy who basically wants to eradicate the world of everybody that doesn't operate the way he does and rule with an iron fist. And that is a shot at Joe Biden. That is a shot at Gavin Newsom. And then this is a guy, like I said, that, you know, and I'm watching some of the videos with Blinken, by the way, yesterday. And if you noticed how the select few were next to Joe in order, you had Blinken to his right, and then a little bit further down was our climate buddy, John Kerry. And I believe Janet Yellen was to the left of Joe. And they're all just sitting there. And across the table, it's like this real long dining room table. It reminded me of the dining room table that Bruce Wayne sits at in his mansion in the first Batman. And on the other side, you had the Chinese people. You had all the governmental officials with Xi, and they had like an earbud in, I'm assuming for a translation purpose of what Joe is saying. And we'll probably get to some of that later on in the cut sheet. And it's just like, man, you look at a nation that is basically hosting the more powerful. Basically, what China has become is what we were 45 years ago. Like in the 80s, America, it truly, and obviously under Ronald Reagan, American exceptionalism, the whole bit. And it's just, it was a sad day yesterday. And look, I don't want war, but I'm just tired of the way we allow China to essentially dictate all of the rules. And you mentioned, Dawn, about Trump and the tariffs and the way that he handled China. And Joe basically has kind of laxed a lot of that stuff. And really, if you think about it, let's go back to, God, when was this? This was February, when the spy balloons started. That's when really things started to escalate even further in this Biden administration, as China was flying spy balloons across our country. Mainstream media yucks up, well, they did this under Trump, or that's been up there since. Okay. And we shoot it down over South Carolina. Mama Zioli's reporting it live on the radio to Rich, I believe, at the time. That was really where this whole thing really started to take a different turn, as I think China got a little too comfortable. And really, that's on Joe Biden. Like, as Trump said in that ad that we played for you Monday in response to Israel and Hamas, the only thing that you can do to stop these nations that have evil ambitions is to basically rule with an iron fist. And Joe does not rule with an iron fist. So if you've seen the video, it was up on YouTube. You can find it. You'll see the motorcade. You'll see the Chinese flags waving. I don't know. It just looked like a day in which I don't think it was America's finest day. If optics matter,
I agree.
Not good optics.
I agree. If I'm the if I'm the RNC right now, Ronna McDaniel, I know she's she's very busy these days. But if I'm the RNC right now, I'm taking these photos that we just put up here on our YouTube channel, and I'm plastering them in some sort of an ad.
Yeah.
These are what the American streets look like now, blah, 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 blah. We bend knees to China. We need a president who's going to get tough on China. All that nonsense, put that in an ad. Make this a focal point of it, because those are powerful pictures and videos.
Agreed.
And if you had a competent RNC chair, they would get on this right away.
Yeah, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Let's get to the Kelly Oubre story on the other side. Dawn has some news as well, but first let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. As a genuine customer of the Piazza Auto Group since February, I've thoroughly enjoyed learning about their brands. It was cool to sample their luxury SUVs and then lease my Honda Ridgeline truck. But recently, I visited one of their dealers over in Westchester. It's the Hyundai location on 202. And you can check out one of the coolest vehicles of the year. It's the Motor Trend SUV of the year, the 2024 Hyundai Ioniq 5. Fully electric with unbelievable technology. And it's not the technology that blew me away, although that certainly did blow me away. It's the unbelievable power, 320 horsepower, 300 miles of range, and ultra-fast charging. That battery goes from 10% to 80% just like that. Piazza Hyundai of Westchester and Pottstown offering another great deal. They will hook you up with a complimentary home charger and a $600 installation credit with a purchase. Visit the nearest dealer near you or check them out online today, piazzaautogroup.com.
I want to talk to you about Mike Garvey at Pro Health Plans. If you pay for your own health insurance, or if you're looking for coverage, do not go online looking for quotes. You'll get endless calls from call centers, and they will not stop. Instead, call Mike, an expert with over 30 years' experience. He can provide sound advice for your health insurance needs. Their plans let you pick your doctors, and it's 30 to 60% lower cost than Obamacare. The monthly premiums are independent of your income, so there'll be no surprise tax bills. If you pay for your own health insurance, own a small business, you're uninsured, you're on COBRA, or your employer coverage is just too expensive, call Mike at 610-529-1106. That's 610-529-1106. Or go to prohealthplans.com. That's prohealthplans.com. They'll custom design a plan managed by you, not the government. Call Mike at 610-529-1106 or prohealthplans.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be a topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap is crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Mention DOM 2023 to receive an exclusive offer. DOM 2023. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com.
Hi, I'm Jade, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is the savoriness of the sausage, the fluffiness of the egg, and the butteriness of the biscuit. It's amazing. The perfect start to my day.
Hi, everyone. It's Justin. A little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is the fluffy egg, the melted cheese, and the sizzling sausage. It's the start to your morning that you didn't know you need.
Order a sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit and Simply Orange juice on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
It's that time of year again to consider replacing your old drafty windows and doors before another long, cold winter season rolls in. And the great people at Guided Door and Window will help make your window and door replacement project more affordable with their buy one, get one half off sale. For every door or window you buy, you'll get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match the savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Well, you save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, Guida is making it easier for you to afford your project with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Act now. Offers for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
For all of you who love to cook Italian, here's a mouth-watering message from Cento.
lasagna, manicotti, clam sauce with linguine, chicken parmigiana, and tuna capellini, gnocchi alla rosa sauce, pomodoro frittata, pappardelle, perciatelli, pasta caponata.
How do you give those dishes authentic old world flavor? Authentic Italian cooking begins with Cento. Cento for taste that sings. Cento. Trust your family with our family.
Let's head out. The theater's about to close.
Wait, what does that sign say?
Warning, watch your step?
No, next to it.
If you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of serious consequences from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60. I didn't know that.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Kayal and Company mornings. Rich Cioli afternoons. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It is Kayal and Company, Hour 2 on this Thursday morning. Nick Kayal, Don Stenzel, and Greg Stocker. It is Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube as we are inching closer, I think, to 5,000 subscribers.
I'm so glad you brought this. It's almost like we're speaking kinetically. Is that a word? I don't think that's a word.
I'm the wrong person to ask about verbiage.
We are 66 subscribers away from 5,000. 66. We wanted to do it by Thanksgiving.
Yep.
I would like to do it by the end of this week. I think we can do it. I mean, 66. Come on.
Totally agree.
So, if you're listening right now, even if you're not in front of a computer or your phone, you're driving, whatever you're doing, wait till you get to your destination. But, if you haven't done so yet, please hit the subscribe button. I want to get to 66. I want to get 66 new subscribers by tomorrow.
That's right. Let's head into the weekend feeling good. 5K is a nice number.
It is.
That'll keep soccer at ease. I don't want any odd numbers. Not 4,997. Not 5,003. Just a nice even 5K.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the subscribe button. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel. I want to get to 5,000 by the weekend.
That is correct.
So let's go.
All
Get
right.
to it. Can you be the 5,000th?
Yes.
Can you imagine that?
And you'll win absolutely nothing.
Well,
you'll just have the pride of
bragging
saying
rights.
you accomplished a big
Bragging
goal.
rights,
All right, 855-839-1210 to jump in. Cut sheet at 7:45 this morning. The Kelly Oubre Sixers hit-and-run story, broken ribs, clipped by a car mirror. The story is not adding up. The evidence is not there supporting the claim, and we've got new audio and we've got new footage from a doorbell cam that we will get to coming up in just a few minutes. But first, let's get to the news. There's a lot of it. 7:02 on this Thursday morning. The great Dawn Stensland.
And thank you. Good morning. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live on this Thursday morning, November the 16th, sponsored by Wawa this morning. So a lot happening in the news overnight. We have a lot of police activity, some lane closures early into the wee hours of the morning. And this is because Philadelphia police, in coordination with actually police on the Delaware authorities, with Delaware River Port Authority, as well as Camden Police, helping out in this multi-jurisdictional police situation where they were making arrests, at least 4 people taken into custody. And so for a time, 2 lanes on the Ben Franklin Bridge actually were shut down overnight. A ton of police presence, the media choppers overhead. But ultimately, officials say they pulled over this gold Chevy Cruze that was wanted in connection with multiple robberies and multiple carjackings. A lot of times we talk about these carjackings, and the carjackers seem to head over the bridge towards South Jersey. And we've heard that before. So ultimately, a lot of coordination. They closed off these guys, and they did make 4 arrests. And like I say, those officers with Delaware River Port Authority, Philadelphia Police, and Camden police helping out with the investigation and the arrest, but it looks like they were coming from Philadelphia. So we're awaiting information and hopefully an update on that one. But a lot of these crime rings, they're not acting alone. And so that is a common pattern that we keep hearing over and over. I also want to tell you about the fact that we had this fire breakout down the Jersey Shore, Atlantic City Resorts Casino Hotel. Significant fire, a lot of flames, a lot of smoke, and it started underneath the boardwalk and then appeared to have spread upward near the casino area and then to the building's exterior wall, part of the sign above the boardwalk entrance, for example. So, this took dozens of firefighters to finally get this thing under control. I will point out to you that despite a brief evacuation of businesses near the building's boardwalk entrance, the casino floor remained open.
Well, yeah, I was in the middle of a poker tournament. Don, you think we were going to shut it down with the big chip lead that I had?
I guess it would take a lot. The flames would have to be lapping at your rear end to leave the casino floor. Is that it? But
the show must go on, Dawn. People have money to make.
But no injuries, thank goodness. The firefighters were okay. They got it out. And now the investigation is underway, obviously. So far, firefighters and authorities saying it does not look in any way suspicious.
Okay.
So we'll continue to follow that
Another
one.
reason to go to the Borgata. Got it.
Philadelphia police reaching a deal with the city of a 1-year contract extension. This includes a 5% pay raise as well as a $1,800 lump sum bonus for officers, trying to reward those who are staying on the job, not retiring, and for maybe a show of appreciation. Also, their meal allowances that they get are being doubled. This is a 1-year deal that starts in July of 2024, so extending that through 2025. So that's a good thing. And we do have, yes, the big story in essence that has the whole country debating about our relatively new 76er, started in Philadelphia, in September, forward Kelly Oubre Jr., and there's this surveillance footage. Was it recovered? Was it not recovered? Well, so far, the official comment from the Philadelphia Police Department is that they do not have any video or photographic evidence that depicts any kind of a collision. This, according to the spokesperson for the Philadelphia Police, Sergeant Eric Grip. And so he's saying that they're continuing to work in hopes of gathering some evidence and encouraging anybody who has any information to please reach out to our crash investigative unit in Philadelphia. So this is making the rounds on social media.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody talking about it.
Yep.
And I know we'll bring it up initially.
Yep.
And as well, we'll talk about what happened in D.C. as far as that huge riot. Can we call it a riot?
Absolutely.
We can't call it an insurrection in D.C., but we'll talk about that motion, that happening outside D.C. And then, of course, we've been talking, if you're just joining us, of course, about what happened in California yesterday with that meeting between our United States President Joe Biden and one Chinese president, Xi Jinping, the president and dictator of China.
By the way, the Capitol Police announcing that 6 of their officers were injured last night, with injuries ranging from minor cuts and scrapes to being pepper sprayed and punched. One person has been arrested for assaulting an officer, along with other arrests from the violent gathering.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
did they have red hats on, by the way?
Oh.
Were they waving an American flag?
I love it.
No, I think they were waving a Palestinian flag.
Okay. Okay. I'm just wondering if J6 equals N15, as in November 15th. And
well, there. To be fair, guys, I think there are conflicting reports on if they were actually trying to get into the building or if they were, because there's the videos that I've seen have them with their backs to the building, trying to prevent people from going in.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Okay.
Since we were talking about police, we also have this announcement that the NYPD in New York there has a hiring freeze. And this is all because of the disaster surrounding disastrous policies of the Democrats who run that city. But their police president speaking out, saying this is going to turn NYPD staffing crisis into a public safety disaster. Police officers there in New York being worked to exhaustion. 911 response times are already rising, and asking what's going to happen when no reinforcements arrive for months on end. So cutting the cops puts New Yorkers at risk. That's the big statement and the big headline this morning as this NYPD hiring freeze. And this is a continuing crisis striking New York City and Democrat-run cities. So we'll just say that one. I know that we'll get to the forecast because it is stunning. 65 degrees. We're going to warm up today. Nice for this Thursday. And then tomorrow for your Friday. And partly sunny, mostly sunny skies. The rain for tomorrow is going to be 70 degrees. The rain and the big changeover happens pretty late on Friday. So enjoy the day and the 70-degree weather for your Friday. But then the cold front comes through, bringing with it some rain, showers, and a big change in store for the weekend, which brings us low 50s, kind of a low-energy weather pattern, if you will, but a huge change-up as we look at Saturday and Sunday, a 20-degree drop in temperatures. So enjoy your Thursday, Friday. Sponsored by Wawa this morning. Welcome back to Wawa Siptopia, your handcrafted beverage, happy place. And right now, all your crafted to crave favorites are only $3 for a 16-ounce and $4 for a 24-ounce. Gotta have a Wawa. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210 to join the show. So, as we mentioned, we're going to get into this Kelly Oubre story right now. The headline in the Inquirer saying, no video of 76ers player being hit by car. So says the Philadelphia police. Surveillance footage recovered so far in the alleged hit and run that injured 76ers forward Kelly Oubre Jr. shows no evidence that a crash occurred at the Center City intersection where Oubre reported being hit on Saturday night, police said. Quote, the police department currently does not have any video or photographic evidence that depicts this collision, said Sergeant Eric Grip, a department spokesperson on Wednesday. Quote, we continue to work in hopes of gathering evidence, and we are encouraging anyone who has information to reach out to our crash investigation unit. 2 employees of businesses near the reported crash and that site told the Inquirer they reviewed roughly 2 hours of footage from that evening on their work surveillance systems and did not see the crash. They asked to remain anonymous due to the high-profile nature of the case. A source familiar with the situation said that Oubre may not have provided an accurate account of where and when the crash allegedly occurred. We're going to get to the video footage of the Ring doorbell with some audio in a moment, but I want to play this first. This was yesterday, I believe. Howard Eskin from WIP asking new Sixers coach Nick Nurse about the latest with Kelly Oubre Jr. and what he knows about this situation. And here was that exchange yesterday.
Can you address the report that Kelly Oubre's injuries did not occur? According to the police, they have found no evidence that it was with a hit and run.
I would not address that. I don't have an answer to that other than believe what's been reported so far.
Aren't you worried that something serious could have happened if it wasn't a hit and run? And obviously, if it's not the right story, it could be something serious that caused the injury.
I just kind of was made aware that people are talking about that. Again, I'm gonna believe Kelly at his word and all that stuff, and focus on this game and handle things as they come.
And you've talked to him about it, about the report. Have you talked to him since the report?
I went to see him yesterday. I went to see him yesterday. He's in good spirits. He worked out again today on the bicycle. So we're just trying to get him back on the court as soon as we can.
So you haven't talked to him after the report came out?
Howard, just to be clear, the report is not what you're suggesting. The report is that they don't have video evidence.
Correct.
The way you're positioning is different.
Okay, but
Can I add to what Howard's saying? Annie McCormick from Channel 6, so I cover news mostly.
How are you? Good to see you.
You too. What we're hearing from sources within the police department is that they think that this might be a situation where what he is reporting happened didn't in fact occur, that his injuries were not sustained from a hit and run. Has the team had a conversation with him where he explained in detail what happened?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Do you believe him that he was hit by a vehicle?
I do.
Do you have concerns if members of law enforcement, again, sources telling us that this is not in fact true, does that concern you as a coach?
Well, it would if we get to that point. Listen, like I said before, I'm going to believe Kelly at his word. I don't have any other conversations or anything right now to comment on. I'm concentrating on this game. If some more evidence or anything else comes to light, we'll handle it when it comes to light.
All right, there you go.
Wow.
Sixers head coach Nick Nurse. So this thing doesn't add up, and you have to ask yourself the question. One, is Kelly Oubre completely fabricating this story? If not, is he getting his location wrong of where the alleged clipping of him in the ribs occurred?
He just moved here in September.
Yeah, he's new. First of all, dude, how much does he make? Get a driver.
Right.
Please don't ride your bike around Philadelphia,
Yeah.
okay? Number
Right.
one.
Yeah.
Number one. Number two, what I think, because we saw the Ring. Did you play the Ring yet?
No,
Or
not
you're
yet.
gonna-
We
you're
will
leading
play
to
that. Yes.
All right.
Yes. And the other question I have, so, okay, did this actually occur? Did you get your location wrong?
Yes.
Why is it that businesses with security footage have combed through 2 hours worth of footage in the alleged time frame that this incident occurred?
Two businesses.
And there's, two businesses, and there's no visual evidence that shows that, and the cops can't find anything.
Can I just put out the idea?
Yeah.
Okay. Because we have a ton of we have killers and rapists and carjackers and armed robbers.
I've heard
roaming around Philadelphia right now. I know that just this morning, Philadelphia police, in conjunction with other municipalities, captured a slew of them, but there are many more. So because we're down in police and we have all this crime, and I don't want to divert any more police, resources, why don't we just do this? Philadelphia, everybody, offer a reward. Whatever that is, put up a reward, 10 grand. If you've got the video of this, you get whatever it is, $1,000 prize. Hey, Sixers, give them some ringside tickets, you know, like the ones where we always saw.
Courtside.
Courtside, I meant, not ringside. I'm thinking of Saturday night.
Dawn, get your sports vernacular correct.
I know. I'm thinking about
This is a serious show.
Well, maybe Dana White could sweeten the pot here and do that too. But Sixers, like right where Howard Eskin and his fur coat was always like in those seats, like offer some of those free seats. If somebody can just provide the video, because I believe it does exist. I think he's brand new to Philadelphia. You see him, I think he came home. I think the dude probably never would they have called 911? He wouldn't have. His wife did.
Right.
He comes home, and the wife. What do we do as women? Oh my God, you got hit, and files a report. I don't even think he would have done that.
Right.
His
What
wife
would
called 911.
motivate somebody to make that story up?
I don't think he made it up.
It's not like he's like pulling a UC Smollett where he's like alleging there was a hate crime.
No, I don't. I bet you if he lived alone, because think about your wife. If he lived alone, he would have told the coach, I got, this car, swiped me and I'm injured, and then the team would have looked at him.
Yep.
And I bet you he never would have even called 911. But a woman, if I'm that wife, I'm definitely calling 911 and reporting the whole thing.
Yeah.
But to me, this is a guy who, yes, got swiped. That individual did swipe him. He got knocked down. He's disoriented. He doesn't know the city. So they need to just not use police resources on this.
All
Put out a reward. Right?
Yeah.
Put out a reward. Because it's obvious, right? We can say, where does he live? That's ground zero. And then we can follow the surveillance video, the trail, just like when we track all the killers.
Yeah.
But that takes a ton of time.
Yep.
We don't want to waste those police resources. Seriously, 76ers, all the Flyers, Eagles, put out the word. You're going to give some awesome tickets to the company, the business, whoever has the video. It will emerge.
Good point.
Everybody look through it and group source so that we solve this issue without wasting any precious police resources.
Well, can we put up the before we break? Can we put up the Ring doorbell video? Is that cool?
Yeah, let's put it up. Absolutely.
I want to see. Can you put up the Ring doorbell video?
You'll see him going up to his door, and I think you also hear him talking as well, or his wife is talking.
I don't have the audio.
Okay.
But he does look like he's
injured.
Yeah, he's going down. He's going down the hallway with his bike in the apartment complex to his door.
How did TMZ get this video?
I have no idea how TMZ gets anything.
Who do you think? It's his video from his. It's either his wife, but more likely, because where's TMZ based? They're based in L.A. It's Harvey, right?
Yes.
I was there when Harvey got the
Harvey Levin.
Harvey Levin.
Yeah.
And I was in L.A. with Larry and he found out he got that show and he was thrilled about it. So it's all L.A. Harvey knows everybody. It's the agent.
Yeah.
It's the agent or agency
Good point.
says, yo, Harvey, let me give you the doorbell video so that nobody questioned that this happened. This is the agent. The wife gave it to the agent. The agent gives it to Harvey. They release it on a national level.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
TMZ are vultures, though. I mean, they had the report of Matthew Perry's death before they could notify friends and family.
Yep.
And they released it before most of his next of kin knew.
Yeah, and
so
you're seeing the loop now on YouTube.
Yeah.
But again, that's because Harvey knows everybody in L.A.
Well, that's because
and so the agents,
TMZ are a bunch of scumbags.
Yeah, well,
no, they are. I mean, they're vultures.
Yeah.
And you know.
Well, I mean, isn't that kind of what we want from journalists? Just get us the information.
well, I mean, they're not really journalists, but
Yeah.
but they were given the information, and they're going to break the story.
And he goes in through this door. He's got his bike, and he's kind of. It looks like he's grasping at like his left rib cage a little bit. He's kind of hunched over a little bit. You can kind of see a little wince of pain in his face when you see a little bit of the right side of his profile of his face.
Wait,
as he
hang
goes
on.
in.
We have the Ring camera audio.
Okay.
We just play here.
Oh my God, are you
Yeah.
okay? And he got hit by a car twice.
Twice, he said, yeah.
No,
look at his back of his jacket.
Yeah.
It's all
Back
he's-
into the left.
Yeah.
Back
right?
into the left.
He's all messed up. He got hit. He's disoriented. He doesn't know Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously.
Does he call his wife as he's coming home from being hit and let her know? Because she says that right there as he walks through the door. I'm assuming she's been aware of what transpired, and he just kind of made his way home. Because you don't hear him saying, honey, as he walks through the door, honey, I got hit by a car. Like, I'm guessing there was some sort of exchange of
maybe called
you
her.
call, a text, or whatever. But
And then she calls.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you, if he were living alone, think about what you would do as a guy.
Yeah.
You call. Who would you call? You call your coach.
well, first I'd stop at the state store. But then I'd call it, yeah.
Yeah, I think we're making, and I gotta say this about Howard Eskin too. Howard Eskin is probably the best at asking the questions that everybody wants to know.
Yeah, he doesn't give up.
I'm glad the 6 ABC reporter followed up on it, but he was the one who started down this path, and he doesn't get enough credit for asking the tough questions.
Right.
I don't think that it's this big conspiracy that everybody thinks it is, but you know, it is odd that there's no video, there's no witness, like nothing.
I know. It
You
is
know what I
strange.
mean? So, and in a city like Philadelphia where there's so much surveillance everywhere, literally they have surveillance on every corner.
Mm-hmm. And that's a pretty populated area where that happened, too. That's not like some deserted, little spot in town that at that time of night, it's a ghost town. I mean, there's people walking around, there's cars, there's all sorts of stuff.
And they described the car, too, that hit him, right? It was like a silver
vehicle.
Yeah.
Swiped him. But in truth, I don't really. I know that it's something that we want to talk about, but at the end of the day, I think this is something we have fun talking about. But in the scheme of what's going on in the city,
big nothing burger.
It is.
Right.
And
it's the celebrity status of
honestly,
who got hit, really.
and whether he got how badly they swiped him,
Yeah.
and so on and so forth. He was somehow was knocked down.
Yeah.
He was injured. People are making fun of the bicycle. Why do you have that kind of a kiddie bicycle and the whole thing? I would just say you make a lot of money.
Yeah.
Get a driver.
2.9 million a year he makes, by the way.
So
well, he was trying to exercise.
Yeah.
If you live in the city, where else are you going to exercise?
Greg. Okay.
You're a pro athlete.
You're a pro
I'm
athlete. You have
joking.
a state-of-the-art facility where you can exercise. Okay. Do not ride a bike here. I'm sorry. And why don't they get the SEPTA buses with all their video that they're getting all the people parking, right?
Aren't we making the city more bike friendly with a bajillion bike lanes?
We are.
Obviously not.
We are. There's too many people on bikes. I'm tired of them. I am.
Oh, will you stop?
I am.
No, the problem is it's probably I will be curious to find out because they will find the video.
Mhm.
But I would venture a guess
Yeah.
that this vehicle, if they were making a turn, and he was going straight.
Yeah.
Because that's the question. If you're going, if you're a vehicle and you're turning and you have your turn signal and the bicyclist then strikes you, who's really at fault in the intersection? Because the bike lane's not in the intersection.
Right.
Did that driver, if it's a big old vehicle, did they realize that they even hit somebody? If they have the music cranked? I will tell you, there was a car, I remember, but it was a big truck with one of those big extended mirrors sticking out.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy came up beside me and he's like, "Do you realize you hit my vehicle?" I was driving, and I go, "Oh no, I'm so sorry. I meant no disrespect. I didn't even hear it." You know what I mean?
Yep.
So it's feasible that this individual, if they just swiped him good enough, knocked him, he goes flying, somebody else hits him. This is all reasonable to me.
Jeremy Burke wants to know, were they wearing MAGA hats?
Stop.
Yes.
This is not that. This is not that.
855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up in about 20 minutes. We will come back and tell you why your Monday night will probably get ruined. The details on the other side. Kayal and Company as we continue Thursday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wherever the road takes you this holiday, make it memorable in the ultimate driving machine. Step into the BMW X5 with capable performance, cutting-edge technology, and unmistakable presence. Or chart a different course in the BMW X3. With style and powerful all-terrain versatility, there's no limit to your adventure. Find your ultimate BMW X3 or X5 at the Road Home sales event. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Hurry in for a credit of up to $3,000 on select models now through November 30th. Visit BMWCenters.com today.
Gone South, winner of the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Award, is back. Laredo, Texas, a border town community where in the fall of 2018, 4 women were found dead. In Season 3 of Gone South, The Sign Cutter, join award-winning producer and journalist Jed Lipinski as he unravels the story behind the manhunt for a serial killer that led to a shocking standoff.
All episodes of Gone South, The Sign Cutter are available now exclusively on the free Odyssey app or listen weekly wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Rescue Natural Supplements' unprecedented Black Friday sale is back again this year. The savings are bigger and better than ever. Right now, they're slashing prices on all supplements with discounts ranging from 50% to an incredible 80% off the total cost. Rescue has a wide array of products to address your health needs, including immunity, cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. It's 50% off omega-3s, probiotics, and so much more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com, res-q.com, or call a Rescue Product Consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are 50 to 80% off during the entire month of November. So why wait? Start shopping at res-q.com today or call 800-26-ALIVE.
Does your broker say, "We're different, we're a fiduciary, we only make money when you make money"? Well, the reality is, no broker is different. They all collect fees, even when you lose money. Does that sound like a fiduciary responsibility to you? Crash Proof Retirement is the only firm in the country which fully records all educational sessions, guaranteeing a fiduciary responsibility and transparency.
My name is Ed Topkowitz. I went with Crash Proof Retirement in 2013. Crash Proof Retirement earned my trust. When you come in, everything's recorded. I think is proof that they are a fiduciary. I have a team of expert people who know what they're doing and have me as their first concern. And you don't pay any fee.
Register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at the Falls at the Doubletree in Mount Laurel, New Jersey on December 13th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
I thought I was going to have to go through a hip replacement or some painful, unsuccessful surgery or be crippled the rest of my life.
Electrical engineer Dan Vogler had awful arthritic pain in his hips. Pain that not only affected him physically, but also emotionally. And it spilled over even to his relationships.
I was almost mean. If you're in pain and other people don't sympathize with it, you're lashing out at the wrong people.
But then Dan found QC Kinetics. With the latest advances in regenerative medicine, non-surgical treatments with lasting relief.
I felt immediate relief. I mean, within half a day, much of the inflammation and pain was down.
And today, Dan says he's totally pain-free, living the life he wants.
At the end of the fourth treatment, I felt pretty much healed and enthused and was raving about QC Kinetics. I can recommend them highly to anyone.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The World Health Organization says 26 out of Gaza's 36 hospitals are no longer functioning due to bombardment or lack of fuel. Capitol Police face off with protesters calling for a Gaza ceasefire outside of the DNC headquarters in Washington, D.C. The Free Library of Philadelphia is returning to 6-day service at 10 library locations throughout the city starting this weekend.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
You've heard me talk for years now about my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. I love the work they've done in my home, making my windows and doors more energy efficient and certainly more beautiful. And you know that if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'm always trusting and turning to the Chapman team. So you may not think of the Chapmans right away for siding or stucco remediation, but you should. I would trust only the Chapman team to do that kind of work and to make that kind of investment in my home. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or maybe removing your current stucco and then replacing it with siding, I want you to think Chapman, and I want you to think about all the beautiful siding choices available and improving the curb appeal of your home. It's going to pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it, for example, with James Hardy plank or vinyl siding, it's going to add value and beauty to your home. Right now is a great time to get ahead of the ball. Plan your siding project for next year, for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the very professionals that you want on the job. So if you're looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, or hardware, just give them a call. You can text. They're listening right now, 610-431-8898. You can always check them out online. Take a virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal Company, Thursday morning. It's going to be a beauty today. Beautiful today and tomorrow. Hopefully off to a good start for you, wherever you may be. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Coming up, 7:45, what's on the cut sheet? And then also after the cut sheet, when we kick off the 9 o'clock hour, some very interesting stories in the world of Biden v. Trump, including New Hampshire defying Joe Biden. We'll tell you about that story when we come up at 9 o'clock this morning. And then the Biden campaign says, you know what, New York Times, you need to be more critical of Donald Trump. We'll get to that story and the first ever victory for Trump in a Quinnipiac poll over Joe Biden. So we'll get to those details in the 9 o'clock hour. Also, why you're going to hate your Monday night coming up in just a couple of minutes. But I was just getting a few texts during the break with what we were talking about. And our buddy, Sergeant Mark Fusetti, sent me a couple of texts. And I ran it by him to see if it was okay if I mentioned this on the air or if he wanted me to keep that anonymous. But this is what Mark Fusetti thinks happened with Kelly Oubre Jr., just his opinion. And I'm relaying this to you as a guy who, look, Mark's, he's been involved with these types of situations, law enforcement guy, maybe looks at it from a different perspective. He said, and he texted me just around 7:18, he said, there's only one reason you lie to the cops. You don't want the wife to know. So I texted him, I said, what do you think happened? He said, this is Mark's words, quote, he was beat up for sure. Cops pulled video from everywhere. There was no hit and run. They wouldn't put that out there if they didn't know it to be true. So is it possible, and I didn't even think about this, that Kelly Oubre got into some physical altercation or he was assaulted or got into some, fist fight or whatever it is in an area where maybe there was not surveillance video or maybe in an area that was not described, because he mentions where the hit and run allegedly occurred. Is it possible that he got into a fight on his bike in a violent, dangerous city, and as a professional athlete with an ego, you don't want to say, I was assaulted, I was beat up, somebody broke my ribs? I mean, because first of all, if you've ever had broken ribs, it's painful, it's hard to breathe. But as an athlete with an ego, you never really want to say, I just got my you-know-what kicked. And it's obviously a crime. I don't think we should be laughing about it. But from a, alpha male type persona, Kelly Oubre, pro athlete, 6'7", 6'9", whatever he is, I don't know that you want to say that I just got beat up in Philadelphia and I've been here for 2 months. That's Mark Fusetti's theory as to what happened. I don't know that would be the case. I'm still going to give Kelly Oubre the benefit of the doubt that I have no reason not to believe him. But as I said earlier when we started this conversation, it just doesn't smell right. There's something off here about this story.
My point is, I don't care.
Yeah.
If this were anybody else, if this were Joe Schmo,
you probably wouldn't even have it in your news, to be honest,
no.
right?
Thank God he's okay. And I don't think I'll say this, and that's why I brought up the wife, because he clearly calls his wife. He then comes home, and the wife is like, oh my God, blah, blah, blah. And the wife calls 911. The wife tells the 911 operator, my husband was just hit by a hit-and-run driver, blah, blah, blah. Now you're like, oh, no matter what happened, the wife put the report in, right?
Right.
And he is indeed injured.
Right.
I don't care.
Well,
I'm really serious. Yeah. I don't want, seriously, with our Philadelphia police stretched as thin as they are, I do not want our police or law enforcement to spend one more nanosecond on this. I seriously don't.
Do you think
I don't care.
Do you think they investigated? I mean, I don't know what the protocol would be, but I wonder what his actual route of travel, his path was from when he left the arena. I'm assuming he was taking his bike from the arena back to his house, or maybe he was, I don't know if we've had the details as to where he was actually coming from. But I would almost want to go back and have him recount what path he took, and I'm assuming cops would do this. If I've thought about this, they probably must have, and then get the visual and all the surveillance in any area that he went through. Because at the end of the day, ultimately, if he is lying, this is falsifying a police report. I mean, this is a crime if, in fact, he's lying. Again, I'm not saying he is, but you don't want to leave any stone unturned. So that's just food for thought here with this story. So we'll see. But you're right. I agree with you. Like we've got, I mean, it's sad that a guy, if it's true, he got clipped by a car. Don't wish that upon anybody. But we also have a lot of serious things going on in this city, least of which is broken ribs. So
yeah.
But if he was beaten up, wouldn't that be a serious situation?
Yes.
You know what I mean? So like, I get it.
Right. Well, we just saw yesterday. Did you see the footage of the 51-year-old individual dragging somebody by their face down a flight of steps on SEPTA?
Yeah.
And assaulting them?
Yeah, at the 15th and Market, SEPTA Street's Market Street station that I used to travel all the time because we were down in that area when we were at 5th and Market.
Yeah. Yep. So
I think the inference here that we're not saying the quiet part out loud. In other words, why would you be why are you going for a bike ride if you're in a place where maybe you're not supposed to be, and maybe there's some folks out on a street corner, and maybe maybe there are transactions going on. Maybe that's the swirling question here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm really serious. I don't care, and I know there's a lot of media pressure on this, but I really, really wish that they would just say, you know what, let's put out a reward and let's not have the police put this, spend all this time. Nobody was seriously injured.
Right.
He's going to be fine.
How about Kelly Oubre putting out the reward? Guy makes $3 million a year. You could drop $10,000 for a reward.
I would want to know who hit me, right?
Well, of course. Yeah, you're darn right.
If you go to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, there's a poll question right now. Is Kelly Oubre lying?
Okay.
Yes or no. Right now, so you can go there and vote. It's in the chat section.
Yep.
Right now, the yeses are winning by 69%.
Okay.
Because what happens is your wife is, oh, my God, and she calls 911. Now your wife and the police come. Who's talking more? He's injured.
Mm-hmm.
She's doing all the talking. Well, he blah, blah, blah. So now what are you going to do? Contradict your wife?
Right.
Who's all upset?
Yep.
That's, I'm just saying that's what happened. And then he was stuck.
Okay. All right. Cut sheet coming up in 5 minutes. But I did say get ready for your Monday night to suck. And here's the details as to why. So we know the Eagles and Chiefs will play on Monday night, Super Bowl rematch. Yeah. It's going to be great. I can't wait for it. Until I found out this story. In fact, I am so disgusted by this story. I'm so sick of it. I might actually, and I have who doesn't have a nice TV these days, right? Big TVs are very affordable these days. I'm not going to watch the game on my beautiful TV. I'm going to go out in my truck at 8:15, and I'm going to listen to 94 WIP and Howard Eskin, Merrill Reese, and Mike Quick, just for the sole purpose of avoiding these people's faces again, because they're going to ruin my night. I don't care if it's 28 degrees at kickoff. I'll sit in my truck and turn the heat on and drink hot chocolate or bourbon or maybe a combination of both, because I do not want to see Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce on my television one more time this year. I have had it, and here's why I've had it. Because now we find out yesterday that Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's parents are set to meet for the first time at Arrowhead. Why don't they just do the coin toss at the 50-yard line as well as the Eagles face the Chiefs and ruin my Monday Night Football? Bad enough I got to watch the ESPN on a Monday night. Bad enough I got to deal with the Mannings and a Manning cast. Now I got to deal with these two attention nut jobs, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. Oh, it's like Meet the Parents and Meet the Fockers. And what was that movie with, was it Ben Stiller's in that movie? Why don't we do all the whole charade again? I got to see these two people trying to promote everything they're promoting and grow their brand, as if Taylor Swift, her brand isn't big enough, as if Travis Kelce doesn't promote enough products that I want no part of, from Big Pharma to Bud Light and everywhere in between. Now we're going to see a unbelievable amount of photo shots and camera shots of Travis's parents and Taylor's parents sitting in a box, and I'm sure Taylor will have all her little Klingons and her friends and in tube tops and high-fiving each other and drinking a vodka cranberry with way too much cranberry juice in it to begin with, and be taking selfies and all this other nonsense. Get ready to get a barf bag, folks. I'm telling you, if you can avoid watching, and I don't know how you do it. I don't know how I will do it. It's going to be like 1977 again. I'm going to sit in the truck and listen to the radio. But I will not. I do not want to see. If I'm telling you, if I sit down and I see it, I'm literally going to change the channel for like 13 seconds. And if I miss a play, so be it. I can't take it anymore. I had to get that off my chest. We are going to get clobbered over the head again on Monday Night Football with what is supposed to be our city and Kansas City in a rematch. Eagles against their old coach Andy Reid. Mahomes against Jalen Hurts. It's going to be great. It's going to be a bad football weekend. Sunday's games are terrible. I've looked at the schedule. This is the one thing I look forward to this upcoming football weekend, and now it's ruined. It's ruined by mainstream media and pop culture and music and all these other woke companies. I don't want to deal with it anymore, Dawn. I can't take it. I would rather get hit. I would rather get hit by a vehicle and have a broken rib. Somebody just Kelly Oubre me right now, so I don't have to deal with this.
He's very angry, Dawn.
He's very angry.
I can't take it anymore. Okay. And our audience can't take it anymore. They don't even want to hear me talking about it anymore.
Yeah,
I think it's cute.
Keith Martin wants to know if we became a sports station overnight.
Yes, Keith. Yeah. I'll tell you what we are, Keith. What we put up as a winning product from 6 to 10. All right, pal. That's all you need to know.
I think it's cute that the parents are meeting at the
I
game.
don't. I can't
That's
take
cute.
it. Why can't they just meet at an Applebee's at 10:30? Get half-price apps. Get boneless wings.
Yeah.
Stop ruining my life.
But I like the distraction. because maybe it'll distract their players. I would just ask, because I hope it distracts the lesser Kelsey, and I hope somebody steals Patrick Mahomes' lucky red Lulu underwear.
Oh yeah,
his lucky red Lulu, boxers.
I have that coming up.
Yeah.
So I hope that would be great, so that they're so distracted.
I need toxic masculinity. I need men beating each other's brains in. I don't need the Eras tour on my television.
I need the Eagles covering the money line.
I need the Eagles to cover the +2.5 at +110 odds. That's what I need.
I hope there's so much of a distraction here that they're off their game.
And here's the Chiefs. And here's the worst part of it.
Yeah.
We could go from seeing Travis Kelce catching a touchdown to Taylor Swift high-fiving in the box, commercial. Next thing I know, I get the double vaccine shot commercial from Travis Kelce with Pfizer. Hey, roll up your left sleeve for the booster and your right sleeve for the flu shot. And then we'll go to a Bud Light spot. We'll come back, and then we'll see Travis's parents eating fried zucchini. I don't need it. I'm done with it. As the bus driver once said, I mean, seriously.
Do you hear me?
Seriously.
Damn it! How much more do you expect me to pay? I'm done with you.
Done with it.
It's going to get record ratings, dude.
I know. It's good. Well,
First of all, it's a Super Bowl rematch, so therefore there's going to be a ton of people watching just for that, and then all the people who know nothing about football, they just want to see Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
So it's going to be. I'm predicting like a 30 share for this game.
Probably be huge.
Yeah.
And if you want to avoid all the stuff that I just went on a rant about, don't go on social media during the game. You're going to be flooded with it.
The next poll question up right now is Nick in love with Taylor Swift.
Secret crush.
Love's not the word.
Is she tall? How tall is she?
Yeah.
She's tall.
She's a little tall, yeah. I mean, she's probably my height.
She's like 6 feet tall, isn't she?
I'm 5'10". I'm 5'10".
She might be taller than you.
You're not 5'10", Nick. All right, enough of that. 7:45, right on the dot. Let's get to it. We got a lot of good stuff to get into. It is a Thursday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Thursday is brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out at Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I'm going to start with Cut 12 here, Phil. So Joe Biden met with the President of the United States, Xi Jinping.
Yes, he did.
Yesterday in San Francisco. He took some questions from the press last evening. And one of the members of the press asked about Biden calling Xi a dictator. Don made reference to this earlier this morning. And his response is decent, I think.
Okay.
Cut 12 here, guys. Go.
Yes. Yes.
And Mr. President, after today, would you still refer to President Xi as a dictator? This is a term that you used earlier this year.
Well, look, he is. I mean, he's a dictator in the sense that he is the guy who runs a country that is a country that's based on a form of government totally different than ours. Anyway,
Can you speak in front of a microphone?
I was just going to say that. I mean, I could barely hear Joe. And this has been a pet peeve of mine for media gatherings and they call them scrums for a long time. Why is it in 2023 we can't get every person that's on a microphone to be actually mic'd up properly? Like it's just aggravating. Like Joe's mildly hopeful? Is that what he said? Mildly hopeful of hostages being released from Hamas?
Well, that's the next question we have here. He was asked about Xi calling him a dictator.
Okay.
So how are the negotiations going on the Israel ceasefire? That was another question for him. This one, he actually is in front of a microphone, so you'll be able to hear it better. Cut 11, guys, go.
For months or even years. Have you communicated to Prime Minister Netanyahu any sort of deadline or time frame for how long you are willing to support Israel in this operation? Are you comfortable with the operation going on indefinitely, and is there any deal underway to free hostages? Thank you.
yes, no, working backwards forward. Look, I have been deeply involved in moving on the hostage negotiation. And I don't want to get ahead of myself here because I don't know what's happened in the last 4 hours, but I have We've gotten great cooperation from the Qataris. I've spoken with them as well a number of times. I think the pause and that the Israelis have agreed to, it's down to, I'm getting too much detail. I know Mr. Secretary, I'm going to stop. But I am mildly hopeful. I'm mildly hopeful. With regard to when is this going to stop, I think it's going to stop when Hamas no longer maintains the capacity to murder and abuse and just do horrific things to the Israelis, and they still think that, at least as of this morning, they still thought they could.
Boy, if I've got family members over there that are hostages, or if I'm of Jewish descent and I've been, bothered by this whole thing, boy, that was really reassuring. You know, for a guy that gets all of his questions in advance scripted, boy, he sure gives a convincing answer. That is not a answer of strength. That was basically, he almost sounds as if, the ball's in Hamas's court. Like, really? Is that what you're implying here, Joe?
Well, he basically said, well, let's, when they stop doing what they're doing, well, you know when they're going to stop doing what they're doing? When we wipe them, or Israel wipes them off the face of the earth.
Correct.
So let's let them do that.
Yes. Let's finish the job and eliminate these savage barbarians, which, oh, by the way, the media should offer another apology now, as the Israeli fighters have discovered that Hamas actually did have all sorts of weapons inside of that hospital.
Yeah.
Which is a nice revelation that the media said was not a thing. Well, it is now.
I love how you look at it right now on the front page of the Inquirer this morning, on the New York Times. Everybody is leading, every major newspaper is leading with what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just such a different tone than they led with a couple weeks ago when they accused Israel of blowing up a hospital with civilians inside.
And then they had the back, well, it's not a hospital, it was actually the parking lot. And, okay. They're so complicit. Like, it's almost like the media is basically, and this is really weird, the media almost comes off like the defense attorneys for Hamas. Have you noticed that?
It's true.
It's like they go out of their way to say, well, this isn't true, or there's no evidence of that, and then days go by and you're like, oh, actually there was.
Yeah. I just want a president to come up there and say what everybody wants him to say. Like we support Israel eliminating Hamas.
Yep.
And whatever we need to do to help that, other than sending troops over there, because I don't support that.
Right.
We will do. And we will give them all the backing, the funding they need to wipe Hamas off the face of the earth.
It's a pretty simple message to deliver as long as you're willing to deliver it.
It really is.
Yeah. But we don't get that with our president. Not in Israel, Hamas, not with China, not with anything. It's just always this kind of sissy footing around and skirting around the real issue.
Also last night, a lot happened last night, by the way. Far left pro-Palestine rioters were clashing with police outside the DNC headquarters in Washington, D.C. We've mentioned this a lot this morning. Here's some video and audio. If you want to see this, go over to YouTube, youtube.com/1210WPHT. You can see just the chaos that was happening. I said earlier this morning, it reminds me of the country in 1968, which, I don't know, was not a good time. Right. Cut 10, guys, go. Clashing with police. Just horrendous.
Yep.
These poor cops are just trying to, do what they need to do, and you can see the videos of people trying to. And look, I'm getting a lot of different reports. Like, as you can see some angles where it looks like they're blocking the DNC headquarters from people going in, but from this shot, it looks like they are trying to enter.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the Capitol Police have basically created this barricade to prevent them from going any further onto the curb and up those small little steps. And I'm sitting here watching the replay again. Wow.
Shafe on the YouTube chat says it looks mostly peaceful.
Mostly peaceful, yes.
Yeah.
Mostly peaceful. Yeah, so
Nothing to see here.
Yeah, it's different when when there's people on January 6th versus now. It's amazing the way that, and I would love to know what the media coverage looks like on CNN or MSNBC this morning, or if they're yucking it up with Xi and Biden and burying this story. I'll be definitely intrigued to see if anybody gives us some sort of like media watchdog recap of how much time was spent on this versus other topics. And the other thing, too, remember I said this coming out of, I think this was on Monday's Big Take coming out of the weekend, about how the way the Biden administration has handled this whole disaster, it's blowing up in their face in 3 different layers because squad Dems are mad at them. If you are Jewish and typically vote Democrat, you can't be happy with the way the left has handled this. And, of course, Republicans are on the right side of this, literally, by saying how Israel has the right to defend themselves. It's Joe Biden basically is getting it from 3 different directions. And last night was a prime example of what I was alluding to on Monday. I mean, this is outside of the DNC headquarters. This is not out in front of a synagogue or anything like that. This is literally in front of the party of the Democrats.
Well, it's funny because, the reason I referenced 1968 and the DNC convention in Chicago and stuff, because there was a Democrat president at that time, they looked at the war that was happening in Vietnam and all the people dying as they turned against the Democrats, which brought in Richard Nixon in 1960, whatever it was. So, I can see a lot of similarities here between now. Obviously, this is not our fight,
right?
But they're making it. So, what are they actually protesting about? One of the protesters took to social media, of course, and said this, cut 9.
We're outside the DNC. We're outside the Democratic Party headquarters because this party claims to be on the side of life and peace and equality. And we're saying that we want them to live up to their values and oppose this horrific war and call for a ceasefire now. And we're being responded to by the police shoving anti-war activists down the stairs, shoving peaceful protesters back with their bikes. And because our party that 80% of us want a ceasefire, would rather beat up protesters.
Hold on. One second.
She's still yelling. They just muted her. That's funny.
Yep. These are such pleasant people.
Yeah, she's a joy, huh?
I mean, it's unbelievable how they always have to yell. I love how they also said, I don't know if you picked up on it. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. She had the audacity to say they're the party of life. Really? You're the party of life? Okay. But anyway, you don't get to slaughter innocent infants, animals, women, the elderly, take hostages, behead people, and then basically say, oh, my bad, let's shake, ceasefire, we're all good now. We got it out of our system. No, I feel like a little 7-year-old that came home from school. Well, he started it. Hamas started this. There was a ceasefire intact. Things were relatively peaceful for a long time. And then October 7th happened.
By the way, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but wasn't there a pro-Israel rally that happened in Washington, D.C. where something like 290,000 people?
Correct.
You didn't hear any sort of issues from that, did you?
No.
You didn't. No. There was no riots happening or people trying to break things or get into places.
Well, you know what, though? Not that I would condone it, but if there is a group that should go on to riot with the way they're treated and how they basically are living a life in which many people want them essentially exterminated from the planet, the Jews would have a right to riot.
Yeah. Agreed.
Jeez. And they're the ones not doing anything.
I know.
You can't make this up.
This outrage for this cause is just it befuddles me. I hate that word, but I used it anyway. I don't understand. I don't understand it. Like the protesting that happened in Vietnam, I get it. Like our own citizens, our own people were dying. Like I understand that there were young men, young boys going over to fight in a foreign war at 18 years old and dying, being drafted. I understand that. This is absurd to me. They're on the wrong side of everything.
And if you look at polls, and I know we take polls politically with a grain of salt when it comes to elections, but some of these polls now that are out say that U.S. support, so you want to be more befuddled, here you go. The U.S. support for Israel is declining. amid ongoing war in Gaza.
Oh, my
so
God.
it's not going in the direction of, oh, you know what, I was kind of pro-Gaza and Hamas or pro-Palestinian at the start, but you know what, on second thought, after further review, more people are losing support for Israel. It's just one poll, but the pendulum ain't going in the right direction, according to this poll.
It's scary.
That is.
Well, while the Democrats are worrying about this, and, you know, you look at all those people out there, and, you know, you look at them, they're people who vote Democrat. So you have to wonder about the Democratic Party and where that future lies.
Yep.
Joe Manchin waiting in the wings. He gave an interview yesterday to Kristen Welker about his possible run as a third-party candidate. You know, there's all this talk about him running in the No Labels Party with, what's his name, Larry Hogan.
Yep.
And he kind of sidestepped it, but he said he would absolutely consider it. When she really pressed him about it, he was like, well, you know, I didn't say that. I don't know. And I don't, you know, I'm a Democrat and I can't bring Trump into office and all this stuff. So this is what Manchin said to Kristen Welker yesterday. Cut one, guys, go.
Are you seriously contemplating a run for the White House?
Here's what I'm seriously contemplating. And I've said this very clearly, but people always want to say, well, are you going to run? I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure and mobilize that moderate, sensible, common sense middle. That could be a center-left, center-right. So it could be a person who's involved in the grand old party forever. But they basically say, well, you know, my Democrat friends over here, the old blue dog Democrats, the middle's gone. There's not many of us centrists left. And if I can reinvigorate that, and I said, I will do everything that I possibly can. I'm totally, absolutely scared to death that Donald Trump would become president again. I think we will lose democracy as we know it.
Oh.
And my reason for saying that, you can't normalize this visceral hatred, calling people names and attacking people. You can't basically think the only fair election is the one you win, and the only laws pertain to everybody but you. That's not the country we are. That's not how we became the country. And I'm afraid that Joe Biden's been pushed too far to the left. Can he come back? We'll see. But the bottom line is that's not the Joe Biden that we thought was being elected, to go that far left.
Just to clarify, just to put a fine point, I know you haven't made any decisions, but are you considering running for president?
I will do anything I can to help my country.
Is that a yes?
And you're saying, does that mean you would consider it? Absolutely. Every American should consider. If they're in a position to help save the country, I think we're on the wrong course. So I will do everything possible.
You know, I've actually considered it myself. I've thought about running in 2024 because I think it's what's best for the country. I'll do this show and run for office. I'll save morning radio and the country simultaneously.
You can't do both.
It'll be a long work day for me. You know, Joe Manchin, I think, is full of it. He has absolutely considered it. I think he absolutely wants it. Question is, could he be successful? You know, it's an interesting question that we have posed in the past. We keep hearing how America is thirsty for a third party. Yet every time we have these conversations, there's legit questions that need to be asked. Who's the face? Who's the voice of it? Where's the money coming from? So forth and so on. I will continue to maintain my position of I do not believe that this will happen in my lifetime. It feels like we're going towards that, but every time that we have that conversation, then you start to say, all right, how practical is it? What's the reality of it happening? I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, you hear this all the time, and I hear, you know, these no labels folks and stuff, and, you know, the middle. Nobody represents the middle, which, okay, great. So why hasn't there been a more of a movement towards a third party that, quote unquote, goes for the moderate or the centrist, the centrist Democrat, the centrist Republican?
Yep.
Why has that never really taken hold?
Yep. It's a great question. And then also, if there's such a demand, let's think about this, not just from a party standpoint. If there was such a demand for, you know, centrist mindsets, wouldn't there be a news network dedicated to that? Think about that. We have Fox, you have Newsmax, and what's the other conservative network? OAN. And then on the left, you have MSNBC, CNN, and News Nation. There's no network really that kind of caters to what they say there's a demand for.
Well, CNN would tell you that they do that.
Yes, and Brian Stelter would tell you that. Actually, no, Brian Stelter would not tell you that.
No.
Stelter would destroy CNN, as he does in his book.
CNN? No, he destroys Fox.
Or I'm sorry, Fox.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Well, I guess News Nation purports to do that, you know, Dan Abrams thing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sure. Audience of 1,400.
Look, there's no backing for it. There's too much money in the two-party system.
Right.
So I do agree with that, but you always hear every year, these people being like, I don't like either candidate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, let's put a third-party candidate up. Well, we can't vote for them because they'll be a spoiler.
Well,
you either want a third-party candidate or you don't.
Well, they can definitely play a spoiler. We've talked about the RFK Jr. impact. I mean, he's obviously going to siphon away, some votes, and then we can debate, who he impacts and hurts and helps more. But as far as actually seeing that happen and becoming president, I don't believe it'll happen in my lifetime.
Joe Manchin says that he's never been a spoiler for anything in his entire life, and he would not be a spoiler now. Cut to, guys, go.
You've said you don't think you would be a spoiler. If you look at the polls, it shows that a third-party candidate would take support away from President Biden. What do you say to those who say you would be a spoiler?
I've never been a spoiler in my life of anything, and I would never be a spoiler now. But
if you ran as a third-party candidate?
Everyone's saying this is going to spoil and tip the scales one way or the other. Okay, you have basically Ross Perot. Who would have predicted that Ross Perot would have elected Bill Clinton? Tip the scales to Bill Clinton? I don't think so. Who would have predicted that Bobby Kennedy now, with his support, would tip the scales for Donald Trump, or hurt Donald Trump, I'm sorry, and tip the scales to Joe Biden, since he basically left the Democratic Party? No one can predict these things.
No, it's not that Joe left the Democratic Party. He just allowed the squad Dems to hijack the party with all their far-left ideology. With all of this, you think about Trump and Biden on the forefront, right? That's what we all expect to happen. RFK kind of looming. Yeah, you can bring up Cornel West and other people. But think about this little Democratic triangle kind of who's lurking in the weeds diagram, so to speak. They want Joe out, basically, but we know they will rally behind him at the end of the day. And here's Joe Manchin, saying, I'm not a spoiler. And then the guy who could be a spoiler and is kind of laying in the weeds, almost waiting his turn, is Gavin Newsom. For all of the upheaval with the right, the left right now has got a lot of, I think, people eager to do some backstabbing. Everybody's just kind of waiting for the right opportunity to pounce if that opportunity develops. Be interesting to keep. I would love to know what Gavin Newsom thinks about Joe Manchin. Probably not. Probably doesn't have the kindest things to say off the record, because this guy could also be trying to steal Gavin's spotlight, because Gavin is kind of like the guy waiting in the wings, right?
I'm interested to hear, because obviously there's a lot. The Trump campaign and the RNC wants Joe Manchin to run because he just siphons away votes from Biden.
That's right. And New Hampshire is defying Biden, if you saw that story, as January 23rd, first in the nation primary.
Oh, that's right, because they wanted South Carolina first, right?
That's right. So there you go.
Wow.
It'll be, it just came out yesterday.
January 23rd.
Yep. Republican and Democratic primaries coming up on January 23rd in New Hampshire.
Because they have to be first. It's actually in their state constitution, and their hand was forced, but it's not a good look.
That's right.
With Biden not on it.
And remember, Joe did not do well in 2020 in New Hampshire.
No, which is why he wanted to put South Carolina first.
Yep.
Interesting. We had a big discussion yesterday on Nikki Haley and how she said.
Yeah, and I was being ripped relentlessly yesterday for my take.
You were.
That's okay.
How'd you feel about that?
I think people are misinterpreting what I was. I wasn't defending Nikki from the standpoint of censorship, and I don't think Nikki Haley was implying censorship, and I'm in no way saying that the government should ever tell social media what to do. My stance was, if I was the owner of these social media companies, I would require you to prove your identity if you're going to flap your gums and stop hiding behind fake, Then I'm getting people, have you read the Federalist Papers? And blah, 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 blah. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I'm going to read the Federalist Papers. I did that in law school. I'll do it again tonight. I won't watch Thursday Night Football. I'll read John Jay.
Oh, great.
Sorry.
Look, it got a lot of traction online. You put opinions out there.
Yeah.
It's what you do.
Yeah.
It's what this job.
Like, I'm not going to go with. If you want the stock opinion that you can get everywhere else, go follow Charlie Kirk. All right. You ain't getting that from me. I'm telling you what I honestly think, whether you like it or not.
And his big head.
Bigger than a normal head. Big hat. It's funny because it's bigger than a normal hat.
How that guy got any traction? befuddles me.
Yeah.
There's that word again. Speaking of Nikki Haley, so we had a big discussion on her yesterday. She was on a podcast yesterday criticizing Vivek. And I want to get your take on this because I think Dawn made reference to this yesterday, or maybe you did, Nick, about how Vivek only goes after her and Ronna McDaniel because they're women.
That's what I mentioned, yeah. Yeah. Does he know he's running for president, trying to beat Donald Trump, not Nikki Haley?
I don't.
It's an odd battle that he always picks.
I don't know, guys. She's claiming. Well, let me play it and then we'll discuss. Cut 7, guys. Go.
What happens? He comes out of the gate. He hits the female chair of the party. He hits the female anchor on the platform, and then he hits me. And I'm not saying anything.
I ain't saying. I'm just saying.
But he might have a girl problem. I'm just saying he might have a girl problem.
Is she claiming sexism because he went after the females?
I think that this is tongue-in-cheek.
Oh, come on, Dawn. No.
No, I don't think it's tongue-in-cheek. I think they hate each other.
Well, but to say he's hit, obviously she's claiming that he's a sexist. That's obviously what she's doing. I hope she's kidding. I really do. Because I just think you have to be really careful with this as somebody who wants to be the first female president. I don't want. Here's why I love the concept of a conservative woman becoming the first United States of America president, right? As a woman.
Yeah.
Because I believe that a conservative woman would not go there. I don't want her to go there.
She did already, though.
And so I hope she comes out and goes, look, I was busting his chops. We're busting each other's chops. By the way, they've made a pledge. She made a pledge. She signed a pledge that if Vivek is the candidate, is the one, that she will support him moving forward, right?
Yeah.
So I just hope, I would love her to come out and go, look, we're busting each other's chops. I would love her to say, but any one of us on this platform are 250% better than what you've got in Joe Biden.
1,000%. Now, here's where, again, social media is not real life. Everybody on social media is backing Vivek Ramaswamy and criticizing Nikki Haley, not just on her comments, but that she's a warmonger, which she is. And there's a lot of people that are against her, yet in the polls, which are more, I think, quantifiable real-life data than what people are spewing on Twitter, she is doing far better than Vivek Ramaswamy. But Greg has made the point that everybody has tried to carve out their own path and find their little lane in this primary buildup. It's odd to me that everybody is trying to eclipse Trump, but some people aren't even addressing Trump. Chris Christie's made his whole obsession over Trump. Yet Vivek Ramaswamy basically has Trump's you-know-whats dangling on his chin right now. He can't get enough of Trump. He never goes after Trump, but all he ever does is go after Haley. DeSantis is he's sparred with a little bit of everybody, but he's more concerned about trying to defeat Joe Biden. Vivek has not, dude, eventually, maybe you'll be out of the race by then, but you have not said and it was cool that he showed up in Miami for Trump on that court proceeding, but dude, you're literally spending your entire campaign going after Nikki Haley. I don't know that it's a winning strategy.
Well, but think about it. If you're looking at this and you know that you want to garner the support of Trump supporters, so you're not going to go after him. DeSantis is just, I think that the insight is that DeSantis support is either going flat or down.
Yeah.
And so Vivek is looking at who is the one to beat, who's the one to try to take down because she's on an upward trajectory, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's his strategy, to go after her. That's really what I think.
It's just when I look at this, I would love for because we know Vivek never turns down a media appearance. My first question would be, Vivek, I'm looking at the polls. You're at 6%. Donald Trump has a 40-point lead on Ron DeSantis. Tell me why you believe you're the better candidate over Donald Trump. Is somebody going to actually ask this guy that question instead of just going for the easy clickbait of, hey, are you sexist because you went after Nikki Haley, Kristen Welker, and Ronna McDaniel? No, Vivek, you tell me why you believe you're the better choice, not Donald Trump. Somebody ask him that question, and I don't want him to pivot out the back door either.
I think all Vivek Ramaswamy would have heard from what you just said was, he's at 6%.
Yep.
That's all he needs.
I know.
And that's all he's thinking. Get to the next venue.
Yeah.
Climb the next rung of the ladder and defy the odds to be on the platform, to make that stage.
Yep.
That's all he's thinking is. He's just thinking until the next game.
Right. And the next one's in December.
And the next one's in December, and he has to make 6%. We talked about this, the upped
Yep.
the upped ante
Correct.
by the GOP to make that stage. So he has to be
Yep.
in 2 polls at 6% and all the other plethora of things that we already talked about.
Yep.
That's all he hears, Nick.
And then also after this one, as we just mentioned, you have the one coming up on January 23rd. So, I mean, in theory, I guess Vivek could be out of the picture by the time we get to the end of January.
Could be, but then you look at when South Carolina's is. So right now, Tim Scott is out from South Carolina. I just think Nikki Haley, in my humble opinion, she stays in it until if she thinks that she's going to get, slammed in her own state, then I think that's when she drops out and vows her support for whoever she's going to support, which is probably Trump at that point.
Right.
And then she goes to be his VP.
Yep.
But I think she's not going to be embarrassed in South Carolina.
Okay.
I don't know, guys. I want to go back to that clip one more time. I feel like she's playing the woman card on that, and I just don't. I don't know. Like, I don't know how well that plays. Like, he's not going after Haley and Ronna McDaniel because they're women. He's going after them because he perceives them as weak.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
Well, so he goes after Kristen Welker because, or as Chris Christie called her Kirsten for some bizarre reason, but Vivek went after Kristen Welker, who's from Philadelphia, went after her because he was going after the media. So I actually don't even think that was necessarily personal.
Yeah.
It was just that she had the last situation that was biased, he alleges.
That was my takeaway when we talked about it. It wasn't an
your
attack
big take.
on her. It was just like, you're representing the mainstream tonight, so you're going to take the brunt of my abuse.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I guess for Vivek, why didn't he go after Lester and Kristen? It's because Kristen had just done an interview that he was specifically citing as an example.
Mm-hmm.
But he could have said, because Lester's on the same NBC network, he could have said, Kristen, you as well as Lester or your NBC network, whatever. But maybe he did view that Lester would have pounded him over the head, which I kind of think Lester would have.
Yep.
So in a way, then I'm going to say, okay, he agreed that Kristen Welker is new to this game.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe he thought he made the choice of, because I think Lester would have just in his booming voice would have just spanked him on live TV.
Yes.
I really do think Lester would have done that.
Yep.
And I think it would have been a smackdown, and it would just have stifled him.
There's a lot of people on social media that think Nikki Haley is a fraud. I was watching yesterday, Tucker dropped another episode of Tucker on Twitter. He had Candace Owens on, and Candace Owens apparently hates Nikki Haley. She thinks she's a total phony. And this was interesting, she thinks that Nikki Haley is basically doing what she's doing right now to line up her next contracts as far as, industries that will pay her. And by the way, when she was the ambassador, she used to charge $300,000
They all do.
for a speaking engagement.
They all do.
And demand a private flight.
They all do. Nick, they all do.
I know.
All of them.
Of course.
And so if we want to talk about that, about all these career politicians who make a you-know-what load of money, then let's go after all of them. But she's just doing what everybody else does.
I know.
Yesterday on Capitol Hill, FBI Director Christopher Wray testified about the increased threat environment that the United States is facing in the wake of the Hamas attacks in Israel last month. He addressed the number of people crossing the border. He says they're investigating multiple individuals affiliated with Hamas. So sleep well, guys. Cut 4, go.
On top of the so-called lone actor threat, we cannot and do not discount the possibility that Hamas or another foreign terrorist organization may exploit the current conflict to conduct attacks here on our own soil. We have kept our sights on Hamas and have multiple investigations into individuals affiliated with that foreign terrorist organization. And while historically our Hamas cases have identified individuals here who are facilitating and financing terrorism overseas, we continue to scrutinize our intelligence to assess how that threat may be evolving. But it's not just Hamas. As I highlighted for this committee in my testimony last year, Iran, the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, has directly or by hiring criminals mounted assassination attempts against dissidents and high-ranking current and former U.S. officials, including right here on American soil. Or take Hezbollah, Iran's primary strategic partner, which has a history of raising money and seeking to obtain weapons here in the United States. FBI arrests in recent years also indicate that Hezbollah has tried to seed operatives, establish infrastructure, and engage in spying here, domestically.
Wow.
You know, it's really disturbing. It's also infuriating when you watch Christopher Wray all the time, and he leads on this kind of narrative and this belief that, you know, we can't ensure the safety of the American citizens. And when we talk about terrorism, you know, there's a possibility of this or that happening. Yet the amount of time and resources they spend going after Americans following January 6th or what somebody is tweeting about from their basement, like you're not doing yourself any justice when the perception is you are going after other Americans and making that your vendetta as opposed to protecting us from real terrorism.
Chairman Green asked Ray about the skyrocketing number of suspected terrorists at the border. You would think he would have a good answer to that. Yeah, he doesn't. Cut 3 guys, go.
So those individuals, that watch list that we talk about, why do you think in 4 years before this there were only 11 and suddenly there are 294 in the past few years? Why do you think that's so?
I can't really speak to that issue. It's not in my lane. I can tell you that the threats that come from the other side of the border are very much consuming all 56 of our field offices, not just in the border states. That's why I made the point.
Sure, I agree. If I heard you correctly, what you just said is not every state in the country is a border state now. Is that what you just said?
Well, I didn't.
I mean, the threats to every
that
state.
way, but the threats that come from the other side of the border are affecting every state.
Absolutely, 100%.
Remarkable that if you don't have the wall finished and you have an open border policy and you have stooges like Alejandro Mayorkas that can't account for anything, how do you expect Christopher Wray to be able, and I'm not trying to defend Christopher Wray here, but this is above Christopher Wray. This is, and I give Mayorkas a ton of crap, but he's just a puppet. This is way above both of these people, and obviously, if we know that there's issues with the border, the terrorists do. So the days of trying to come across in a plane and hit the World Trade Center, no, just come up through the southern border. They have no. It's like a floodgate. It's this open season.
The Rock was on with Joe Rogan yesterday for the podcast. They were discussing political affiliations and how Joe Rogan made the point that when he was growing up, it didn't matter. Like, Jimmy voted for Bush and Bobby voted for Clinton, and nobody cared.
Right.
Like, nobody asked, nobody cared.
Right.
And these days, you're kind of defined by who you vote for.
Got to be a Republican in the closet.
The Rock said he has friends who voted for both or support both, and then he quickly backtracked it. This is cut 6, guys. Go.
When I was a kid, you could have a Republican friend. Like, it was no big deal.
Yes.
It's no big deal. Like, oh, Bobby likes George Bush.
Of
Who
course.
cares? Who gives a f***? You were a supporter of Bill Clinton. He liked George Bush. Nobody cared. Nobody, like, f*** you. You know, it wasn't like you're a Nazi. Like, I'm a Nazi. I just want lower taxes.
What the f*** are you talking about?
How did I become a Nazi?
Dude, it's the craziest thing. I have friends who support Trump. I have friends who support Biden. I have friends.
Do you really have friends who support Biden?
I do.
Come
on.
on.
No. Here's what I do. I have friends. Thank you. That's a good check because that's important. This is important context.
They support the Democratic Party.
I have friends who are loyal to the party.
Yes.
No, so basically he says, nobody likes Joe Biden. Nobody supports Joe Biden. They're just Democrats that, basically had to vote for Biden by default, which is great. I know The Rock has said in the past, I don't know if he was just trying to play both sides, that he has said that he is a centrist, and he has voted Republican and Democrat in the past. Take that for what it's worth. I'm not sure that I necessarily believe him, even though I do love The Rock. But, you know, you got to be careful when you're in Hollywood, right? Like, you know, it's dominated by left thinking and decision makers that are progressive. So I don't think The Rock would ever lose opportunities in Hollywood because he's the biggest box office star in the country. But it is great that he realizes, like, yeah, actually, no, there's no supporters of Joe.
It's interesting too, the discussion there, because Joe Rogan is right. You really are these days defined on who you vote for, which is it's a weird way to live.
It is.
You know what I mean? Like, you can't be friends with somebody that voted for Trump, or I can't live next to somebody who has a Biden sign outside their.
Right.
It's an odd.
I can't post a Trump 2024 meme on my Facebook without worrying about my boss being offended. Like, what? This is the United States of America. I love how we have a two-party system. You can vote for either party, but only one side can advertise their love for their party or their politician. If it's like, hey, we're not saying you can't be a Trump voter, just don't share that with people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Finally this morning, Patrick Mahomes was on, the quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs, was on Monday Night Football for the Manning cast, and two other people you're sick of, Nick Kayal. Although you don't like that broadcast.
No, I've said the Mannings are now the Kardashians of the NFL. It's just too much.
And by the way, speaking of the Kardashians, Trump turning on Kim Kardashian, huh?
Yeah, she said she's the most overrated celebrity or whatever they call her these days.
Boy, I wouldn't want to be one of his friends. He turns on you in the drop of a hat. Patrick Mahomes on the Manning cast. This was Monday night with the Bills and Broncos game. He was talking about superstitions, and he says he wears the same pair of red underwear to every game.
Does he clean them in between?
It's a very good question, right?
Okay.
Cut 8 guys, go.
Patrick, we saw your old teammate, your backup quarterback, Chad Henne, said you have a few superstitions, and that one of them has been wearing the same pair of red underwear on game day for years now. And I love a good superstition, but couldn't you just do something like eating the same pregame meal? Did it have to be the red underwear?
Well, first my wife Brittany got them for me, so I had to. I'm not throwing y'all down, but I have to wear them, But at the same time, I threw them on that first season. We had a pretty good season that season. I only wear them for game day though, so I can't get. They're not too worn down. They're not like these like nasty. I clean them.
You wash them. You wash them.
I do. I wash them. I wash them every once in a while at least.
Is it a thong? Is it a D-string? What is it?
I mean, if we're on a hot streak, I can't wash them. Like I gotta just keep it rolling.
Ooh.
So as long as I'm winning football games, I'll keep the superstition going.
He washes them every once in a while? So he's wearing dirty skivvies is what he's telling you.
It's gross.
If anybody that's ever played football, you need to wash either the underwear or your girdle that you wear under your padded pants. You need to wash that thing as frequently as possible because those things stink to high hell.
Oh.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
I'll go back to the wife perspective because his wife bought these for him initially. And then the Lululemon, like the boxer. I'll tell you, these things are, even if you don't put them in the dryer, they're going to get worn. So she probably bought 30 pairs of these and says, "Oh yeah, honey, they're the same ones," because technically they are.
Yeah.
And this is not the same pair. I'm just saying.
So you think he's lying?
He's not lying. He doesn't know.
Oh.
It's the wife again. So the wife is telling him, "Yeah, I bought you these. Yeah, I washed your favorite pair."
So
but it's not the exact same pair. She has bought like 30 pairs of them. They're like almost $30 a piece, by the way.
Well, you can afford that when you make $50 million
when you make all that
a
money.
year.
So she just bought a bunch of pairs, and she's like, "Yeah," because she bought them together. It is technically the same pair of Lululemon red boxer. They don't have the manhole in the front.
Right.
Oh. So it keeps you all in.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Which, by the way, now
my
I think
boys
about
love
this.
these for sports. They're great.
Why haven't they created the underwear with a manhole on the backside as well? I think there's a market for that. I might have just stumbled on an idea.
Hey, so Patrick Mahomes wearing Lululemon panties? Is that what we're saying?
No, Lululemon makes high quality sports gear.
So
It's comfortable.
Red, too? I mean, come on,
Red.
dude.
They make green ones.
But if he's not changing them out with fresh ones and he's not washing them.
He is, though. He's not washed. He doesn't do the wash.
What do you,
He
Febreze
doesn't-
them?
He doesn't even know where the laundry room is.
Black, blue, and gray. That's it. That's it for men's underwear. Red. I mean, come on.
That's his color.
What?
Yeah, I don't have Lululemon or Hanes or whatever.
You have red underwear?
Because he's a Temple grad.
Well,
That's
no, I
hideous.
just I got a variety pack that had black, red, gray, and I think white and blue.
Well, I mean, one of the Mannings asked a great question. Was it a thong?
Yeah, it's Eli trying to be funny. See exactly why I don't need him on my television
He's
anymore.
funny.
He's a
funny.
dope.
They do make green ones, by the way.
How did he beat Tom Brady twice? Anyway.
By the way, it's just you should get rid of those red underwear, Nick.
He's a Temple grad.
No man should have red underwear.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, nobody's gonna see him, so.
Santa.
I'm telling you though, the hole on the back end. There's something there. I got to think about this later today.
Stop.
I'm gonna do a big take on that tomorrow. All right, that'll do it for what's on the cut sheet. Round number 1. Round 2 coming up about an hour from now. We will get to some stuff in the world of Joe Biden and Donald Trump as the Biden campaign says that the New York Times needs to be more critical of Trump. Trump polling well for the first time ever, defeating Joe Biden in a Quinnipiac poll, and also how New Hampshire has defied Joe Biden. That's all still on the way, plus Dawn's Big 3, and we'll get to all of that as we continue. 8:30 on this Thursday morning. It's Kayal and Company, and we're back after this.
Speaking of Patrick Mahomes and the Philadelphia Eagles, Week 11 starts tonight with the Cincinnati Bengals and the Baltimore Ravens, and it ends Monday night with Kansas City coming here to face the Eagles. Patrick Mahomes and his crew, Taylor Swift and the families, the Kelseys, everybody's going to be there Monday night. All I care about is the Eagles plus 122, which is the money line for Monday night. Because right now, new customers on FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. I just gave you the winning $5 money line bet. It's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action than right now. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg right now to sign up. You can place that $5 bet on the Eagles money line for Monday night and win $150 in bonus bets. Guaranteed. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and is the official partner of the NFL. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager, only $5 pregame money line wager required, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The future of joint pain relief is right here in the Philadelphia region. QC Kinetics, advanced regenerative medicine. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. If you've been told that more steroids or surgery are your only options, not so fast. Get a second opinion. Learn more about how you can harness your body's own healing agents to attack that joint pain. QC Kinetics does not mask the pain. These treatments go to the very core of the problem, using concentrated healing properties placed directly into your joint, which repairs and restores that damaged tissue. Imagine living life, especially this fall, with no more pain in your knees, your aching shoulder, your back, your hips. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. Just call the local medical professionals, get a free consultation. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. 215-999-3000. Just call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Holy Rosary Regional School on Walton Road in Plymouth Meeting on Saturday, February 3rd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When I first had my baby, I'd get comments all the time about how happy I must be. I remember thinking, I want to be happy. Why don't I feel that way? It was hard to admit that, even to my doctor. But I'm glad I did. She told me it was postpartum depression, and that is very treatable. These days, things are feeling good, and we're both happier about that. Right, little man? I'll take that as a yes.
Mental health care is working for Simone. See what it can do for you at mentalhealthcareworks.org. A message from the American Psychiatric Association Foundation.
Bringing in your front line is as easy as 1, 2, key. SEPTA Key Advantage is a unique and valuable transit benefit program that gives your employees all-day, everyday access to the entire SEPTA system. That means your staff can get in for their first, second, or third shifts and even travel the system on their off hours, seamlessly and affordably, all thanks to you. Learn how easy it is to customize a SEPTA Key Advantage program for your team at septa.org/partnerprograms. That's septa.org/partnerprograms.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
Don't miss a special edition of Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaris and Mark Cumberland this Saturday afternoon at 4. Find out why it's a great time to buy or sell a home. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com and listen to Good News in Real Estate this Saturday afternoon at 4.
You've heard me talk about my friends from Piazza Honda so much and how we recently got my son Michael that sporty new Honda Civic. The staff was so accommodating, so great at Piazza Honda, and made our experience truly seamless, streamlined, really respected our time as well. Most importantly, Piazza Honda found Michael, my Michael, the exact Civic model and the color that he wanted. Truthfully, everything he wanted and so much more. I highly recommend you visit your local Piazza Honda dealer in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading, because you know what I always say, there is power with the Piazza family, right? They're all over Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware. You can always shop online today, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Did you miss Puts on the Cut Sheet? Or any part of Kayal and Company? Just head to 1210 WPHT on the Odyssey app and tap earlier today.
Kayal and Company, 8:36 here on this Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe button. I believe last time we checked, 66 subscribers away from 5K.
Yeah, I think we're at like 50 now.
Okay.
So if you're listening right now at 8:36, you're getting your destination, whatever your destination is. Please go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT and hit the subscribe button. We're like 50. We're 50 subscribers away from 5,000. We can do that. We can do that today. Come on, let's do this.
I don't even think we need Friday.
Come on.
Yeah.
Do what you're doing. Get to where you're going, and then hit the subscribe button, please.
Exactly. All right, still ahead this morning, some good polling news for Donald Trump. Also a ridiculous claim from the Biden camp. We'll get to that. Also, a former ESPN talking head is now angry that Dana White and the UFC have basically made ESPN political. Imagine having the audacity to say that those two turned ESPN political. Okay, we'll get to that as well. And also a very interesting column with the headline being, "What Happened to Woke? How the Right's Rallying Cry Faded Away." I told you who killed that word. Maybe I should write that column for this publication, and they'll get their answer. But we've got to get to some other answers that are more important. And for that, right now at 8:37, we go to the great Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 8.
It's the Big Three at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Good morning, Big Three. New details from Philadelphia police as they're making a public plea for tipsters, for the public's help in tracking down these 4 armed men who broke into a family's home in Philadelphia and held them at gunpoint, truly terrorizing this family. This happened in East Oak Lane, and they tied them up, assaulted them before stealing their valuables. So these are 4 masked men. You can't imagine the terror that they have brought to this family. 4 masked men wearing black hoodies and robbing residents of the home there on North 7th Street in the morning of November 6th. So one of the people who lives there was on the front lawn with a handyman, actually, who was working around the house when these 4 guys forced them back into the home at gunpoint. And so you have a family there, a couple who lives there since 2017, a longtime, residents by all measure. And you see the surveillance video that has been now released from Philadelphia police. This is disturbing, as you can see them pulling up in their Acura. It's a black vehicle. They get out, they sneak behind some parked cars, and then they jump the one resident who lives there, the one homeowner, and then the handyman, and force them inside the home at gunpoint. Now, the mom says that one of her kids, her 4-year-old daughter, actually was hide underneath the table. So she's the little one hides underneath the table and is witnessing this as the family is undergoing this attack. This is horrifying.
Yes, it is.
And
it's very sad.
So they've released the video. It's now going viral on. It just gives you chill bumps when you think of a little 4-year-old here. I mean, so physically, are they okay? Physically, they're okay. Psychologically, not so much.
Yeah, you're going to be shaking up for that.
This little kid, right, was home sick from school and then is hiding, witnesses all of this. In any event, Philadelphia police, this is Northwest Detectives Division. They're asking, please, if anybody knows anything, if you recognize the vehicle or any of these individuals, they want to hear from you. There's a tip line they're giving out, 215-686-8477, saying, please, somebody come forward or be on the lookout. And also the warning, be aware, because this happened at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
This is bizarre.
Yeah.
But in this one, you see them, they roll out. The family had some kind of a safe, and they roll it out.
It's unbelievable. You see all these stories now of these armed home invasions happening literally in the middle of the day when people are home.
I know.
Nobody cares anymore.
No, it's all hands on deck. Just take whatever you want and do it by any means necessary at any time of the day.
People used to wait for people to go away or leave for work. They don't even care anymore.
Nope.
So true.
Nope.
It's scary, actually.
Now more than ever, man. That Second Amendment really feels nice to have, at your disposal, because you just don't. I know you sit here and you say, well, the odds of this and the odds of that, but you just don't know, right?
Amen to that. We've talked a lot about the big meeting between President Joe Biden hosting the Chinese president, dictator.
We call him Dad.
Big Daddy. Hosting, who's the bigger daddy, I guess, hosting Xi of China. So I'll take you to 2 lighter stories. And there's a Philadelphia connection, as we now learn that the Chinese president actually sent a letter here to Philadelphia praising our own Philadelphia Orchestra as musicians, as the music bringing us together and helping in peace and communications, and actually citing the history of Philadelphia's orchestra, which is quite famous and traveling the world. And so Xi had written to the orchestra, writing half a century ago. Philadelphia's orchestra's historic China tour marked a thaw in China-U.S. cultural exchange. And so it was sweet, and I think meant a lot to these musicians. And so I thought I'm just trying to bring an awe factor.
So you're saying Xi has a soft side.
Has a soft side.
When he's not having, people enslaved in camps and unleashing COVID on people, he praises the Philadelphia choir. You're a nice man.
And another soft side, because our own Nick Kayal, I know you have a soft side for bears, especially the cute little panda bears. And so, in fact, the Chinese leader, Xi Jinping, suggesting yesterday that maybe he'll just send some new pandas to the USA, because I think we had talked about recently that they were, the 50 years was up. We had to send the pandas back home to China.
Yeah.
Well, now he's saying, as envoys of friendship between the Chinese and American peoples, he said peoples, in the latest gesture aimed at easing the kind of tense ties between the two powers.
So what virus will these pandas be carrying that come to this country? And should I get inoculated now or wait?
But maybe they'll, so I think the last 2 pandas are in Atlanta right?
Oh, is that right?
And then, but the other ones from San Diego Zoo, they had to be sent back and so on and so. So maybe he'll send some new pandas.
Are these pandas woke? Do we know?
No, my goodness, the Chinese, they don't allow anything woke.
That's true.
You know, that's
Yeah.
the joke of, remember we talked about how the Communist Party here in Philadelphia, and they've been hosting all these fundraisers and this and that.
Yeah.
No.
Mm-hmm.
The real Communist Party, they don't have any of this.
Total control over there.
They think we're crazy.
That's correct.
All right, that's your big three, Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210 to climb in. A couple of things here in the world of polling that I think is significant. So Donald Trump has never led Joe Biden in any of the Quinnipiac polls. And the latest one coming out, the national poll from Quinnipiac yesterday, and Donald Trump has a 2-point lead over Joe Biden. He also, in a three-way race, has a 1-point lead over Biden. So if it's Trump and Biden, it's 48% to 46%, 2-point advantage for DJT. If it's a three-way race, Trump 38%, Biden 37%, and RFK Jr. 21%. If you throw in a four-way race, you have Trump with a 3-point lead over Biden, 38% to 35%, RFK Jr. coming in at 17%, and Cornel West at 3%. So I think that's significant if you start to just look at all the polls and what they're telling you and where the momentum is, and of course taking it with a grain of salt. And then in the Fox News poll, very interesting that Donald Trump gains a bigger lead the bigger the field becomes. In a national Fox News poll, Trump holds a 4-point lead over Joe Biden, 50% to 46%. If it becomes a 5-way race, that 4-point lead goes up to 6 points. Trump at 41%, Biden at 35%, RFK Jr. at 15%, West and Stein at 3% each. And then if it's a 4-way race with Joe Manchin, which we just talked about earlier this morning, and whether or not he is considering or absolutely will consider running, it becomes a 5-point lead. Trump leads Biden 40 to 35, RFK at 13%, and Joe Manchin at 5%. So I thought that was pretty significant in two different perspectives when you factor in Manchin and when you also look at the Quinnipiac poll, which never seems to go well for Donald Trump. It does go well for the first time. And then lastly, we have to get to this. The Biden campaign coming out and saying that the New York Times, I mean, this takes a lot of temerity. The New York Times must be more critical of Donald Trump. You know, what we have seen in probably the last 3 to 6 months is everybody kind of arriving late to the party on the bashing of Joe Biden. It became so inevitable, so obvious that publications like the Washington Post, the Philadelphia Inquirer, although you don't see it really much from the Inquirer, unless you're talking about voting trends in Philadelphia and Democrats not turning up, or, you know, African-American or Hispanic community members voting less and less. But the Washington Post has certainly covered it. And the New York Times has come out many different times now in the last 4 or 5 months and said, Joe Biden's a disaster. It's trouble for Joe. I mean, every headline you can imagine with a negative slant. They've been very critical of Joe. So now Joe is coming out and saying that the Times must be more critical of Donald Trump. Let me just give you this little release. The campaign team released a press release this week calling out the media for, quote, not shining a bright enough light on Republican abortion policies, specifically Trump's role in overturning Roe v. Wade, which is kind of an interesting battle to fight if you're the Biden administration, because right now, and we've seen all the elections post Roe v. Wade in the last 19 months since that was kicked back down to a state issue from the Supreme Court, Democrats are rolling in elections right now, in part because the abortion messaging is like the kryptonite to Republicans, and they've lost every single election since that big decision. So I don't know why they are critical of Trump's role. If anything, if the Biden administration believed Trump was influential in overturning that, well, then you're, in theory, the next logical conclusion is, well, you should be happy about that because you haven't lost since Trump was such a factor in Roe v. Wade. They come out, and this is according to Axios reporter Alex Thompson, who shared a screenshot of the press release from the Biden camp to the New York Times. Quote, "For the political press corps, especially our friends at the Gray Lady, it's time to meet the moment and responsibly inform the electorate of what their lives might look like if the leading GOP candidate for president is allowed back." And I also think that's super passive aggressive because they refer to Trump as the leading GOP candidate. They couldn't use Donald Trump's name. Seems kind of weak to me. But
we talked about this after the election, right? I mean, it's a winning strategy for the Democrats right now to just roll on this.
It is.
And for, Biden saying that the New York Times needs to be, it's like, first of all, the fact that he thinks that he can call out a quote unquote journalistic entity and say, you need to do more of this. The president of the United States is saying that is ridiculous.
Right. We talk about censorship and the government getting involved in, media.
But he's not wrong in the fact that he thinks that, because really this is the only winning issue the Democrats have right now. So they need to run on this. They need to hammer it home.
Yeah, you got to play it to the moon.
Or they're going to lose. So he's smart in doing this, because we've been saying that for the last 2 weeks that he needs to do this, or the Democrats should. It's just nauseating that he's telling a journalistic publication, if you call it that, what to cover and what not to cover.
And
it's just
one of which is so super pro-Democrat almost 99% of the time, until it becomes completely obvious that you can no longer defend and advocate for or deny anything that is the result of failed policies from this administration. So that's that story. And then, you talk about how the left and Democrats should be hammering home abortion. That's what you should run on. You should absolutely, ride that train to victory every time possible. There was a time where the word woke was the right's rallying cry. And, we talk about some of these stories on this show, but I don't make it the entire show because it's just a piece of the pie. But if you're a politician and your whole existence is built around this, well, you end up kind of like Ron DeSantis.
Mustard.
Yes, Mr. Mustard himself. Semaphore with, is it Semaphore or?
Semaphore, yeah.
Semaphore.
Yeah.
I always want to say Semaphore. But Semaphore wrote this long article on what happened to woke, how the right's rallying cry faded away. I also think this is applicable at the local school board level, and we'll get to that in a moment. But they go on to say, at his presidential campaign, Tim Scott could sound like a candidate unstuck in time. In June, he spent days responding to a dismissive comment from Barack Obama, questioning his commitment to racial justice, saying America was a land of opportunity, not a land of oppression. In 3 primetime GOP debates, the word woke was mentioned just twice. Once as an aside from Nikki Haley, once when Vivek Ramaswamy plugged his book, Woke Inc., and DeSantis, whose early speeches focused on his fight against wokeness, where he said, quote, "We will fight the woke in our legislature. We will fight the woke in education. We will fight the woke in our business." We all recall that from Ron DeSantis. And then, of course, his rallying cry was this.
Florida is where woke goes to die.
And
the worst.
It absolutely ran its course, and I think Semaphore was probably listening to this show, and I've said this for the last 2 weeks. I think Ron DeSantis literally killed that word, and they go on to talk about how this was, a right-wing thing, and then they even mentioned in this article Moms for Liberty. But here's the thing, whether you're a presidential politician, you cover news and media and politics for a living, or you host a talk show, if you go over the top and are obsessive with anything that falls under the woke category, so to speak, it becomes exhausting. You look like a one-trick pony. And look, DeSantis is not a one-trick pony. He is an unbelievably successful governor. He is a policy champion. But from the clickbait, the soundbite stuff, he's known for the whole battle against wokeness. But let me bring it back to the school boards here in Central Bucks School District, where Democrats took all 5 seats in the last week. And I wrote this, I think it's coming out later today for Real Clear Politics PA. I looked at Bucks, I looked at Dauphin, Cumberland County, and there was a fourth county. And I looked at all the school board election results. And for the most part, Republicans underperformed yet again, not just in Bucks, but there were some counties where they had a little bit of success, grabbed a seat here or there. It wasn't a complete sweep for Dems like it was in Bucks County. But I think, now, to me, in my personal opinion, I don't think parents should back down in the educational culture wars at schools. But I think if you are running for office, you can't go full throttle like you might have in 2021 or 2022. To me, it feels like it's a losing endeavor. I'm not saying you should change your beliefs, but maybe and if this makes sense, taking your foot off the gas pedal a little bit. And I'm not saying, again, pivot away from or allow the sexualization stuff or the books or whatever. Don't ever give up that battle for your child if you think that's the right cause. I just don't know that it's a guarantee. Well, it's certainly not. I know that. It's not a guaranteed victory that you are going to emerge victorious if that's what you make everything about.
It's an interesting. This is a very interesting.
That's coming from me, who, and I'm in agreement with Dawn with these battles at the schools.
It's a very interesting topic. I think that you are correct in that I don't think that people are as invested in this as we think they are, and the ones that are may not be on that side of it. But
or some are just oblivious to it in the entirety because they don't pay attention to their kids' lives.
But I'm more interested to see if stuff like this is on the ballot during a general election, if the results would be different.
Right.
Because when you have, I mean, let's face it, guys. This year was an off-year election. That's what this year was based off of. It was an off-year election. So for the majority of people, a lot of them didn't even know that there was an election 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
So, when you have a low turnout, you only have the people who are super energized about subjects like this coming out. If these are on the ballot when you get the majority of voters that come out for a general election, will the results be different? And can the GOP find a way to tie the general election into what's happening locally with school boards, and people will just vote down ballot? I don't know.
Yep. I think if you think it's just so easy, to win these elections by using the phrase woke and wokeness, like when you show up for, and I'm not saying, look, we talk about school choice and we talk about these vouchers and all of that stuff. I am all for that. I'm just trying to think, and Dawn, I don't know if you know off the top of your head any of the 5 Republicans that lost in Bucks County. I know Meg Brock follows this stuff too, but I would love to know just the way they positioned it. I mean, I didn't pay attention to it enough to know specifically what the messaging was or any of the history of the candidates that were running for these school board seats, but I would almost like to Monday morning quarterback it and go back and look at it and examine it. Like, where did you drop the ball? Because I agree with your message, but your message didn't resonate enough to victory.
Yeah, I mean, they were. We had them. We interviewed most of the candidates or all of the candidates, and not just in Bucks County, but across the board. I would say that their messaging, they were going door to door. They were working hard. They were good candidates, but the problem is the Democrats were. First of all, they were just outspent early on. And I would say that even though maybe they had some money coming in later, it's that so-called first impression, if you will. And so people had the impression because of the media narrative that they got out there early, and then they were behind the 8 ball. They were always playing defense. And so it was all about, wow, these conservatives, these MAGA crazy conservatives, and they're mean and they're bullying the LGBTQ plus community, and they want to ban this and they want to ban that. And that was the whole narrative in the Philadelphia Inquirer, even played out by our local media stations. And so I think that they just couldn't get that kind of fair shake. And even though they took down some big signs, remember that, where they were saying that they put out false signs that were saying Matt Weintraub, who's a Republican who's very popular, and those Democrats on the local boards in Bucks were making a false claim, which is against state law, that putting those signs out, and then said, then they took the signs down. The damage was already done, if you will. And so this is why I keep calling out and saying that the Republicans, the GOP, PAGOP and Ronna McDaniel especially, you needed to get in there early and understand what this really looks like.
Yep. It's well said.
And they didn't do it, Nick. They didn't do it across the region, and they're not doing it now.
Nope. 855-839-1210. If you would like to jump in, final hour on the way. Our morning mystery movie clip coming up at 9:20. And then also the audacity of a former talking head on the four-letter sports network ESPN to say, it's Dana White, Donald Trump, and the UFC that made ESPN get into political discourse. Interesting comment from Mr. Dan Lebitard. We will debunk all of that when we come back. Good final hour on the way on a Thursday. Stay there. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, Dawn Stenzlin with a word for QC Kinetics.
Yeah, because the future of joint pain relief is right here in Philadelphia and our surrounding region. It is QC Kinetics Advanced Regenerative Medicine. This is amazing. It really is. Some of you have told me, Dawn, it's like a miracle. And it's no wonder that actually people, not just from our region, other people from other parts of the country will travel here on the East Coast, travel to our region. But for you, it's right in your own backyard. QC Kinetics. If you've been told more steroids or surgery are your only options, hold up a bit, would you, and get a second opinion. Learn more about how you can harness your body's own healing agents and attack that joint pain. I'm talking lasting relief, because QC Kinetics is not about masking the pain. These treatments go to the very root, the very core of the problem, and they use the concentrated healing properties placed directly into your joint, that aching joint, restoring and repairing your damaged joint tissue. So just think about it. This fall, today and tomorrow, we're nearly 70 degrees tomorrow. No more pain in your knees, your hips, your aching shoulder, your back. No drugs, no downtime, no surgery. And life is all about moving, motion. So get moving. Call first to QC Kinetics, which is giving people their lives back with these all-natural treatments. Just call them, the local medical professionals. Get a free consultation and get it today. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics. Just call them and call them today. 999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Is the IRS after you? Do you owe them more than you'll ever be able to pay? Are they levying your bank account, garnishing your paycheck? Are you staying up all night worrying they'll take everything you have? Are they bullying you into doing something you know is wrong? If so, you need somebody on your side that's not afraid to go toe-to-toe with them. Somebody that's not afraid to fight them. Somebody experienced in beating them at their own game and helping you. That person is Charles Montesino. He's a certified public accountant and certified tax resolution specialist. He's one of fewer than 200 in the entire country with both designations. He's known as the tax problem solver because he solves tax problems. The IRS is the biggest collection agency in the world. They don't always play fair. You need to even the playing field. Stop being bullied and get help from a professional that knows how to beat them. Call 609-970-4634. That's 609-970-4634. He's the taxpayer's advocate. He works for you. That's 609-970-4634. Exergen thermometers are a top choice of medical professionals at highly rated hospitals across the U.S. Accuracy matters, so make Exergen the chosen thermometer for your home and family.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Black Friday means amazing deals at Hessert Chevrolet. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on a new Silverado 1500 or $5,000 off MSRP on a new Chevy Traverse. That's an awful lot of green in your pocket on Black Friday. Don't miss these deals because they won't last long. Get to Hessert Chevy today. Online at HessertChevy.com. Find new roads.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
Must have a compatible lease and household and qualify for leasing through GM Financial. Applies to select vehicles. See dealer for details. Offer expires 11/30/23.
Hey, it's Rich Cioli. When it comes to all your home improvement needs, trust is everything. And that's why for years, I've been talking about the amazing work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons has done for me and my home. My roof, doors, windows, siding, and yes, remodeling projects. Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, and now baths and kitchens. Emmons is the Delaware Valley's one-stop shop for all of your home improvement needs. Call 556-3229 and get a free estimate, or go online to emmonsroofing.com, or even better, come visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. emmonsroofing.com. It's about trust, it's about quality, it's about great work, and that's why me and my family have used them for basically every project we've done to improve our home. emmonsroofing.com.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit njdiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. If having turkey for the holidays, buy from a local farm, get one labeled USDA organic or certified humane. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.905, Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour underway. It is a Thursday morning. Good to have you in. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Morning Mystery movie clip coming up at 9:20. We will get to Dawn's Big Three around the bottom of the hour. What's on the cut sheet, part due, who on Twitter and YouTube today, and what's on tap for the Dawn Show. If you missed any of the show so far, well, first of all,
we start at 6 a.m.
But you can always hit up the Odyssey app, download it today. It's free. Use the rewind feature or go back and watch what you missed on YouTube. The big take, lowering the bar in the name of DEI. Also, we talked about some of the ridiculousness yesterday from a visual standpoint of Biden and Xi and their meeting in San Francisco. The Kelly Oubre hit-and-run story that has a lot of people scratching their heads, and then also how Trump has been doing in the polls. So, good show so far. A couple of things to get to here before we get to our morning mystery movie clip. O.J. Simpson back in the news. I want to get to that in a little bit. But I find it very interesting because we live in this day and age now where sports outlets have felt the need to give their political views, even though nobody goes to them for that. They have deviated off course from their mission statement. But, we also see, networks like Fox News that, they'll spend a couple of minutes on sports these days. Dana Perino does a bit called Dana Reads Sports. So you're starting to see kind of this blend crossover on both fronts from both directions. One, I think, is fine. The other one is a losing endeavor. So I always find it interesting when people try to, paint the picture that it's Trump's fault for this, it's Trump's fault for that, blah, blah, blah. And Dan Le Batard was a longtime ESPN personality. And he's another disgruntled, angry ex-employee. He's kind of like Keith Olbermann. He's just, although Le Batard still does a show, I think, on YouTube that has a decent following. But he claims that Dana White, the UFC, and Donald Trump are the reason that ESPN gets political. First of all, ESPN's mission statement is to be, originally ESPN stood for the Total Sports Network, and it was supposed to be about sports and do it in an entertaining fashion. They don't do that anymore. They have talking head shows like a lot of the networks because opinions sell. I have no problem with that. And 8 years ago, they made it very clear where they were going to be politically, what their message would be, and the fact that they would permit their talent to sound off on Donald Trump, make claims that he's a racist, this, that, and the other thing. They totally ruined their 6 p.m., which was their coveted time slot for SportsCenter each night, when Michael Smith and Jamel Hill were elevated from panelist guests to the anchors, and they were allowed to deviate into the social and political sewers on a sports show, which nobody wants. So it is, to me, ridiculous that Dan Le Batard will come out and say that Dana White, UFC, and Trump have made ESPN political. I mean, they were all in on the Colin Kaepernick blackballing story by the NFL owners. And for the entire Trump duration, much like CNN now, ESPN's ratings crashed because, 40, 50, 52% of people that tune in are Republicans, and they're not tuning in for politics, first of all. And secondly, they don't want to hear their guy bashed, or they would at least like to say, well, you know what, that's fine. If you're going to be left-wing, then let your other talent there that might be conservatives voice their opinion. So I'm going to play you this clip. This was Dan Le Batard on his show, I believe he does now exclusively on YouTube, going off about the UFC, Dana White, and Donald Trump. Boy, I tell you what, that UFC walkout to Madison Square Garden last Saturday, Dawn,
that was awesome.
It's got a lot of people on the left triggered.
Yes.
In a variety of capacities. And they hate the fact that the UFC is very open about that they're a conservative sports league. Like Dana White has made that clear, even though Dana White doesn't specifically say he's a hardcore conservative. He says he's a Trump voter. But here is Dan Le Batard crying on YouTube about ESPN. Take a listen.
Over the weekend, Stugotz, and I have told you this before, at one point, Disney had no interest in getting into what they viewed as cockfighting, what John McCain was calling cockfighting, which was mixed martial arts. A partnership with mixed martial arts was viewed as too dirty to be something that Disney would get involved with. This is when John Skipper was running the company. Wouldn't even take meetings with Dana White. Wouldn't be seen next to the octagon because Dana White wanted to use powerful people to get the deals that he wants to get so he can run the sewer business over there that is the fighting sports. Over the weekend, Dana White, because Disney is woke, Stugotz. In Florida, Disney is too woke. Dana White, in partnership with Disney, goes to the fights with Trump and Kid Rock and Tucker Carlson as Bill Burr's wife, Nia, double middle fingers.
Wait, he went to the fights with who?
Well, let me paint the picture for you. I was there in the building, the Mecca, greatest stadium in the world or whatever they call it.
New York has been very successful. New York has been very successful for UFC the last few weeks. But I want to show people here the choices made during the pandemic when Disney started bleeding money and stuff. You've gone into partnership with a production company that produces its own material. I cannot explain to you how much power Dana White has over everything that he's executing, both at ESPN and in a sport where Vince McMahon just cashed out 30% of his stock and got $700 million for 30% of his ownership of this fusing of businesses that has been Dana White and Vince McMahon. And they, in the case of Dana White, can now use Disney as a tool because he's got so much power over this. And Disney, which is too woke, it's Tucker Carlson, it's Kid Rock, and it's Donald Trump.
That's like the white supremacy Avengers you just rattled off.
So here's the thing, like right before, so the main card starts at 10 o'clock, and that's where the pay-per-view kicks in. The lights go dark, they do their usual song and dance, and then all of a sudden the lights turn on, you hear American Badass, and then all of a sudden you know who's coming out. Trump gets on the screen, Kid Rock's behind him, Tucker Carlson's behind him, Dana's in an all-black suit, and they're walking out of the tunnels to mixed reviews. Some people were cheering, some people were not. But it's just an incredible scene where you know it's going to happen, and you're like, oh, my God, I can't wait. There it is, just an explosion. It's crazy.
It is.
Notice how they paint that and they portray that.
That's a sports show?
That's a sports show right there.
Oh, my God.
And that is why ESPN has failed for many years now and lost a big chunk of their audience. And that's why guys like Dan Le Batard are not doing those shows anymore. ESPN has tried to pivot away from that while still somehow allowing it to kind of permeate through their airways from time to time, depending on the person. Like Stephen A. Smith can get away with saying anything because he's making $13 million a year and he basically runs the network and he's their most important high-profile person. But I look at it from the standpoint of, and think about where they mentioned there too, the two different entities, UFC, Dana White, Trump supporter, and keep in mind, WWE, Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon's a conservative. He's a Republican. He's got a relationship with Trump. And his wife, Linda McMahon, I believe, was in Congress or in Senate in Connecticut.
She was actually a member of the Trump administration.
Yes.
She was this like a small business czar or something.
But there's different business strategies. UFC doesn't hide what they believe.
She ran for Senate and lost, I think.
Okay. And the McMahons, they really don't try to talk about it much. They don't allow it on their airways. WWE tries to come off very, very non-political. Yep. I would actually argue that they do a lot of the left-wing messaging these days. But it's a stark contrast between the two. But, Dan Le Batard is just one of these guys who can't stand the fact that other guys at ESPN now, like they brought in this guy named Pat McAfee, who had a wildly successful show on YouTube. And I don't know that Pat McAfee's a conservative, but he's definitely not left-leaning. I would guess he's more like a Bill Maher or a Joe Rogan, where he's just going to let it rip, and he doesn't really care who's bothered by it. It's actually the exact opposite of what ESPN has been putting out content and programming-wise for a long time. And they also gave the guy about $17 million per year to do this show. But it's, I'm still amazed. Here we are 5-6 days removed from Trump at MSG. And it really unhinges people to see somebody like Dana White, successful businessman, who's got, let's think about this. Dana White's in bed with ESPN. He's also told us to go pound sand. He's going to partner with Bud Light. I don't care about Dylan Mulvaney, he said. But then he also says, yeah, I'm going to vote for Trump, and don't you dare come to me as a sponsor and tell me who I can or can't vote for.
It's super odd to me that these guys, and look, I'm a free speech absolutist. Like, these guys can say whatever the hell they want to. Yeah. And you can either choose to watch them or choose to not watch them or listen to them, whatever they are. I just think it's very bad business. And we saw it happen to an afternoon drive host in this city.
Yes.
Where you get super political, and it doesn't matter what side of the aisle it is.
Right.
It does. I don't care that said afternoon host was a liberal.
Yeah.
And spouting liberal views. It doesn't bother me one way or another.
Nobody's coming to you for that.
But nobody's coming to you for that. And you have to realize that sports fans who tune in to hear sports want to hear that. And if they're on the other side of the political aisle, they're not going to be happy with what you're saying.
Yes.
So you just have to be ready for that.
Right.
I just don't understand these sports guys that just want to get into.
They're so bored. They are so bored with talking sports, and it's so mundane. And
that must be what it is.
They're tired of drumming up the same conversation every day, and they feel the need to take the. What it really is? It's this attempt at virtue signaling. And saying you're on the right side of history and you're for the right causes. And, again, I've made this comparison from a business standpoint. If you're a pizza shop and people know that you make great pizza, why all of a sudden have you completely gone away from making pizza and you are shoving people you're basically shoving down the throat of people, hey, we have this great salad. And all of a sudden we're offering all these vegan, people are coming to you because your pizza's awesome.
Yep.
Just don't mess up a thing that's not broken. Right.
So a few things. Number one, the reason that a big talker at this station, what happened with that, if that's what you were referring to, people feel a loyalty to somebody who they feel is like-minded. So if that person suddenly says something that's way outside the realm of what you perceive they believe in, you feel that they were lying to you and you feel betrayed. So that's that. I'm just going to parse that out. As far as these ESPN guys, it's this judgy thing.
Yes.
It's this, oh, you deplorables, you basket of deplorables, and we're going to shove all of you into this basket and talk about how dirty and evil you are.
It's identity politics is what it is. I mean, it's hey, this is the way you should think, and it's also making everything political or social or racial. I mean, I don't tune in and I don't watch ESPN other than the College Game Day show on Saturday mornings, and when I watch live sports events, I don't tune in for any of their opinion-based shows because they're all left-wing hacks, and I don't think they're that good to begin with. But I don't need every time a quarterback gets benched. Like we talked about the Ryan Tannehill story. Oh, Ryan Tannehill must be racist because now he supports the young rookie who's white, when a year ago the backup rookie quarterback was black. He said it wasn't his job to mentor the young quarterback. And hack writers for Deadspin are trying to paint this as some veiled message of racist Ryan Tannehill. It's just nauseating. I know Dorenzo has some thoughts on this because Anthony's into sports and sports media as well. Dorenzo, your thoughts on this with Le Batard?
Before he gets into this, can you please put the Morning Mystery movie clip in today's folder?
Yes.
Can you do your job before you weigh in on this?
Morning Mystery movie clip coming up in 2 minutes, by the way. $50 gift card to the Metro Diner. So stay tuned for that. But again, it's one of these things where I think I don't know how, if ESPN's in dire straits, clearly like a Bud Light might be, or any of these other companies, but they lost a lot of people that I don't know that they will ever get back. And sometimes I call out people's nonsense. Like, during the Colin Kaepernick thing, people said, oh, I'm never going to watch the NFL again. I think most people probably went back to watching the NFL. There's a select few out there that probably don't. But again, it's like, let's stop putting the wrong item in the wrong cart. Let's leave sports where they belong. Let's leave politics where they belong. And let's have some consistency with it. I don't think it's ever a winning. Even if you allowed both sides to share their political views from time to time when a sports issue crosses over into politics or social, even if you let both sides, let's say you had a two-man afternoon show and one was a staunch conservative and one was a liberal, I still think it would be a losing endeavor. But at least give me the consistency. If you're going to go down this road and you're going to spend 3 minutes on your sports show talking politics, then at least allow it to be a two-way street. But once again, they love to keep it a one-way street where it's you have to think like this and say this, or you're better off just keeping your lips shut. So I thought that was kind of an interesting story. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. All right, let's see. There we do. We do have it.
We do.
All right, so we'll get to Renzo's thoughts on the other side. Let's get to the Morning Mystery movie clip right now.
And now, the Morning Mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
To the base pay. Jackweed. I get more action in a week than you've had your entire life. I've got houses in LA, Paris, and Vail. Each one of them with a 70-inch plasma screen. So I suggest you wipe that stupid smile off your face before I come over there and smack it off. You feeling strong, my friend? One more time. He's an angry elf.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
This great prize. Yet again, another $50 gift card to the Metro Diner. If you can identify that movie clip, caller 12, 855-839-1210. Caller 12, if you can identify that clip. The reference, the point of that today, I was apparently called this in the YouTube chat today.
What?
Over my Taylor Swift commentary. So there's a little tie into what people claimed I was being.
Really?
To what the name of that movie is.
Okay.
If you can figure that one out. 855-839-1210, the phone number. We're back after this with our winner and then also what's on the cut sheet. Part 2. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to them, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret, we're all all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Is there anything better than grilling with your friends outside in this crisp fall weather, tailgating, enjoying friends and family on a beautiful, crisp autumn day? Yes! Omaha Steaks makes it even better, and you can save big with 50% off site-wide during the Omaha Steaks semi-annual sale. And you get an extra $30 off when you use my name, Zioli, at checkout. 5 generations of family-owned expertise means uncompromising value and quality. And that's 50% off all your favorite tender, juicy, extra-aged steaks, like their butcher's cut filet mignons. Just go to omahasteaks.com today. Use promo code Zioli at checkout and get an extra $30 off your order. Remember, Omaha Steaks has all your fall cravings covered with 50% off site-wide during their semi-annual sale. I'm talking about endless flavors, endless combinations, and 50% off, but this will not last. So do it today. Go to omahasteaks.com. Enjoy all the delicious flavors and use my name, Zioli, at checkout to get an extra $30 off. Minimum purchase may apply.
This is Larry Steinhauser of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean. Of course I use Mr. Clean Magic Eraser to clean tough messes off my stovetop and bathtub. But then I discovered I can also use it to easily clean my patio furniture and even my shoes. I'm hooked.
And when wipes won't cut it, I use Magic Eraser Sheets. They're thin and flexible erasers, perfect for everyday messes, like gunk on my counters and sinks. They really are magical.
The reviews are in. Mr. Clean Magic Eraser and Sheets make cleaning look easy.
Looking for a new Ford? Winter Ford has the vehicle for you. Choose from our large selection of new F-150s, Explorers, Escapes, and Bronco Sports today. Winter Ford also takes care of you after the sale. Stop in their service department with no appointment necessary. Call 800-428-4000 for offer details. Visit in person or online at winterford.com. Winter Ford, people you trust, service and value you'll love.
Want a hot investment tip? Get a new roof. When installed correctly, with the correct shingles and venting, you can save loads of cash on your heating and cooling bills. Plus, it adds to your home value. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick to get it done right, with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. They can install most roofs in one day. Visit trustpj.com today to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of generous fall promotions.
If the market volatility of the past year has made you nervous about your retirement future, you're not alone.
So many people are waiting for the perfect time to retire. And those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
But that doesn't mean that it's hopeless. Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 20 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, now on Saturday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A psoriasis flare-up can make a walk in the park, well, no walk in the park.
It's that obvious, huh? I've tried so many lotions and creams, but I still have symptoms.
So those don't do enough to treat the inflammation beneath the skin, leaving you with those uncontrolled symptoms.
Makes sense, but what else can I do?
You can get real with your dermatologist so they can help you get clear. Make an appointment and, oh, you're already on it.
Hi, yes, I'd like to make an appointment.
Get real clear about psoriasis at letsgetrealclear.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
At
Simply Safe, our award-winning home security has advanced sensors, HD cameras, and now this 24/7 live guard protection. Only from Simply Safe. Monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Now get 50% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Introducing new AmeriHealth Medicare Advantage plans for New Jersey. The Medicare annual enrollment period runs through December 7th. Now is the perfect time to think about the benefits you need in a Medicare Advantage plan. AmeriHealth has helped protect New Jersey residents for nearly 30 years. It's a great feeling to have a health plan that takes care of you. From a company you trust. A health plan for everyone. Get your Medicare questions answered. Visit AmeriHealthMedicare.com/2024 today.
Hi, this is Don Giordano. Are you concerned about your child struggling in school? Do they need more of a challenge? Now's the time to make the call to Kathy Ganna at New Hope Academy in Yardley and Doylestown. 800-300-0003. Let New Hope Academy transform your child's life forever by helping them now. For over 3 decades, New Hope Academy founder Kathy Ganna, a pioneering educator and entrepreneur who created the NHA model, has been utilizing state-of-the-art solutions to uncover ways where your child could avoid struggling and succeed. At New Hope Academy, there's a student-teacher ratio of 2-to-1, allowing for students to deal with many disorders, including high anxiety, social and emotional, and including bipolar. Do not wait. Remember, only the best teachers can work at NHA. Call for that no-obligation tour and consultation. 90% of NHA graduates pursue a college education. Call Kathy today, 800-300-0003. Online, newhopeacademy.net. Call New Hope Academy today, 800-300-0003.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things, for our planet. Thinking of having turkey for the holidays? Make sure to buy one that was humanely and ethically raised. One of the best options is to buy a turkey direct from a local farm. If that's not an option, look for turkeys that are labeled either USDA organic or certified humane. Be wary of terms like natural, cage-free, and no hormones, as these terms aren't regulated. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
In Bucks County, he's got our movie clip identified. Kev, what movie did we play for you last segment, sir?
Good morning. That would be Sugar, Sugar, and Sugar, the 5 food groups. Elf.
Yeah, Elf. Correct, sir. You have the $50 gift card to the Metro Diner. Thank you very much, Kevin.
Woo-hoo.
We appreciate you playing.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm looking forward to unsubscribing from YouTube and just to resubscribe.
Nice work, Kevin. Congratulations.
GregSoccerSucks.com. Sorry.
That's always in play. we know that. And apparently the YouTube chat was saying earlier, and this is, I guess, one of the reasons why this Dorenzo had his thought process the way he did. When I was going off about Taylor Swift being on TV for Monday Night Football, they were saying in the chat that I'm like an angry elf.
Angry elf.
A little angry elf.
That's funny.
Yeah. I never thought of myself as an angry elf, but if that's what the audience thinks,
that's what the audience thinks.
That's what they think. Maybe
Yeah.
I might have to change up my style. Am I getting too moody? Am I too angry lately? Might have to recalibrate here.
You're fine.
I'm just checking. I don't want to be the get off my lawn guy, but I can only take so much Taylor Swift. All right, 9:31 on the dot. Let's get to a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
So the latest in the Trump case, as one of the breaking news stories within the past 24 hours, is these Trump former attorneys pleading guilty and flipping on him in a RICO courtroom. That's one of the headlines we're following this morning. We also have House Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican from Louisiana, suggesting the impeachment inquiry of President Joe Biden is moving forward into the next appropriate steps, which includes gathering those key witnesses' testimony. So that update on the so-called impeachment inquiry as we move forward in Philadelphia. Other news of the day that we've been talking about here in Philadelphia, the big question about whether or not the bike riding 76er, where did he fall? When did he fall? Did he fall? Philadelphia police still following that story. So we'll continue to follow it for you as we've been debating it. And if you missed it early this morning, went through all of that.
You were fired up, too, about just the amount of resources that are going to be wasted, well, not wasted, but spent on this, as opposed to, obviously a lot of things that are much more pressing.
Yeah, you think about all of the news of the day here we are on Thursday. Just think about the open cases, unsolved cases, just this week that we've touched on.
Right.
Think about even, this morning talking about that family in the Northwest and these armed guys, masked and hooded, and they go into their home, tie them up, pistol whip them. Their 4-year-old who's home, sick from pre-K, and she witnesses this underneath the table.
Yep.
Those are the kinds of people we want to take off the street.
That's correct.
Not, I don't know, an alleged hit-and-run driver who may not have even fully realized they swiped a biker.
Yeah.
Who's famous.
I was thinking about that too, on the if in fact this is a hit and run. How do you, not so much that you hit the individual because you probably weren't paying attention, but how do you go through the rest of the day after that occurs, oblivious to the fact that maybe you did hit somebody? Obviously, I think if that person did in fact get hit by a vehicle, that person knows that they hit somebody and just kept going, which is a real cowardly move. But is it possible that you could hit somebody you didn't even know?
Well, that's Dawn's point. Dawn thinks
possible.
Dawn thinks that that's happened because you said it happened to you, right? Not you didn't
with
hit somebody,
bicyclist.
but
My rear view mirror on I guess it must have been my passenger side, slightly hit. I didn't even realize it. It was more of a vehicle that had one of those extended rear view mirrors.
Yeah.
In a bigger vehicle, and the guy at the upcoming stop red light, the guy got out of his vehicle. My kids, I had a car full, minivan full of kids, and he walked up, and I'm like, "What's this guy doing?" He's walking up, and he goes, "Do you realize you hit my thing?" And I said, "Oh, I didn't realize. No disrespect.
Yeah,
kids are being noisy. We got everything on. No disrespect. Are you okay?" And he's like, "Yeah, I just wanted you to know, And I was very respectful because in Philadelphia, you never, don't want to trigger angry people.
Of course.
But I just said, "Oh, no disrespect, sir. I'm so sorry. Didn't even mean to, and didn't realize it."
Yeah, and not that you were at fault or distracted, but there's the amount of people that are just so distracted behind that's the one spot where you need to be paying attention more than anything, right?
Yeah, and to your point, nowadays with the bike lanes taking up more room and kind of squishing people in, if you've got a bigger vehicle and they have one of those kind of extended rear view mirrors type thing, that's when that kind of thing can happen.
And I have no stats in front of me, or nor do I know, but I would just guess that there are more people that the accidents caused today are in higher volume because of somebody texting or not paying attention than DUIs. Not that DUIs don't exist, because people still get behind the wheel and drive drunk, but I would think that the cell phone is the bigger cause of accidents than alcohol these days.
I completely agree. The one regulation that New Jersey has done that I'm grateful for, because this affects family members that I won't mention, who are always on their phone. And in Jersey, they launched that thing where if you even have your device in your hand, I know Greg knows who that is, they will pull you over and they will find, boom, you get $100 for the first offense in Jersey. And I happen to have somebody who I love and adore who that happened to. And I was like, thank you, New Jersey. Because guess what? That person will not anymore even have the device in their hand.
Yep.
That's a good thing.
It is.
People are too, distracted. And that's the one law I'm going to say I agree with. Because certain people think they can do it all and they can't.
That's correct.
You know who you are.
All right, can we get to what's on the question part 2?
Oh, number 3. Can I just do number 3? It's shrinkage.
Hey.
Or no, not the Seinfeld episode. I'm talking about Oreo cookies.
Oh no.
People are outraged because not for nothing, but if you get Oreos and you go to the creamy middle, it's like half.
Hungry.
Sorry, Ron DeSantis is hungry.
Number 3 in the big 3 is shrinkage. They're making things smaller, and so a lot of people love the Oreo cookies, and that cream that in the middle is that you might want to lick first. It's half the amount of cream to lick.
I've also noticed, and probably the price of these cookies are still astronomical due to inflation and stuff like that. I've also noticed this at local pizzerias now, that they are skimping not only on the cheese with the increase of prices that you're paying for in pizza, the crust is thinner. They are using far less ingredients and charging you more. I'm going to start outing these pizzerias. I'm not going to stand for it.
I like the thinner crust, so I'm not going to complain about that.
All right.
And I don't eat Oreos anymore, but when I did, I would have been very upset.
Gotcha.
Anyway, that's the big 3.
All right. Let's do a 4th story. Get Greg a little angry.
I'm not angry.
All right. 9:37. Let's get to what's on the cutting.
What's on the cutting
Sheets.
Part 2. What's in the Country Part 2 sponsored by your Delaware Valley BMW Centers now through November 30th during the BMW Road Home Sales event. Receive a credit of up to $3,000 on select models like the BMW X3 and the X5. For details, visit your local Delaware Valley BMW Center or go to bmwcenters.com. bmwcenters.com. Go there today. So while we were bloviating this morning, John Kirby was on one of the CNN morning shows talking about the meeting yesterday that happened between the President of the United States and Joe Biden. Nothing, guys? Nothing? Okay.
What did I miss?
Okay, no,
I thought you were setting up the cut.
I am, but I just said, okay, never mind. Never mind.
What?
If you caught it, you caught it. If you didn't, you didn't.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to go to cut 13 here. President Xi, Chinese President Xi, said he does not want to see any more Americans die because of fentanyl.
Oh.
Do we believe that?
No.
Cut 13, guys, go.
The show of all the topics and all the things that came out of that meeting yesterday, the one that probably hits home for a lot of people watching, a lot of Americans, is something you mentioned a moment ago, which is fentanyl. There's obviously an epidemic in this country. There's not a community in America that hasn't been touched in some tragic way by that. So can you explain a little bit about how fentanyl is getting from China to Latin America, why President Xi actually could play a big role in solving this crisis here in the United States?
So the basic chemical ingredients that go into producing fentanyl, many of them are actually created in China. These are precursor chemicals, is what they're called. They're the building blocks, the foundation of fentanyl, which is a mix. It's something that has to be basically concocted in a lab. Many of those labs exist in Latin America. That's where the cartels are creating fentanyl as a drug, and also the pill presses. The actual mechanical devices that form it into these things into pills, and of course those pills can find themselves in all manner of other products and drugs. Anyway, the manufacturing happens in Latin America, and then the cartels run them north right up to the border and into the United States. And so what we're trying to do, if you think about a supply chain in that regard, we're trying to go to the left of that supply chain, as far left as we can go, getting at the chemical ingredients that make up fentanyl in China. And President Xi made it clear yesterday that he doesn't want to see another American die because of fentanyl. He recognizes that they can have a significant role to play here to get at the left of that problem. And he agreed that they're going to crack down more on those chemical ingredients, on their production, and certainly their export out of the country. It'll take some time, I think, before we start to see an immediate effect. But right now, they're already doing this, and hopefully they'll step up their efforts, and we'll start to see a much greater reduction of the flow of the creation of fentanyl and the flow of it into the country.
So Xi has told Joe, this is top priority for me moving forward in the CCP that I run. We will get to this right away, quick, fast, and in a hurry. And actually, the United States could really eliminate or drastically reduce these tragic, unnecessary deaths in two different ways. They could be more tough and direct on China, where this is manufactured, or we could actually maybe protect our southern border and not allow it to. Okay, it's one thing if it's going to come from China on a boat, down up through and then boom, we knock it off right at the border. But no, we allow this to go twofold, which is like a double crime in my opinion. I mean, we can't. Think about it, and he's not wrong when he sits there and says every community is dealing. This is not just
100,000 people a year in this country die of fentanyl.
Right.
It's what's happening is bioterrorism. That's exactly what this is.
Yeah.
And to take a dictator's word for it, like, yeah, we'll get right on that, is naive and stupid.
I know.
Yep.
I know.
Amen. And we should make this, to your point, Homeland Security, we should consider it an act of terrorism at our border. It's why we should have, and it's what the cartels fear, which we talked about in that other story. Remember that, where the plastic surgery people went and the cartels? Remember that whole thing? And they were like, oh, here they are.
Right.
We didn't mean to do it. No, they fear that we will have Homeland Security and our best intelligence. I'm talking about, team, our SEAL, our best of our best teams. That's who needs to go in.
The plastic surgery story, that was a local couple, wasn't it? When we talked about that, we were like, who goes to South America for plastic surgery or weight loss?
Remember that it was like a local connect. They had some family members here, because they were from across the country, and they alleged that they were helping like one of the women who had a baby go get plastic surgery in like a total drugs. They were clearly going for drugs.
I feel like, look, I don't want to start a war with China. That is not what I am advocating for here. But
you are not Nikki Haley.
You need to start. You need to start by getting tough with them and saying, hey, look, if this doesn't stop, all the crap that you produce and we sell at Walmart, yes, I'm bringing up Walmart again, all the crap that you produce and we sell at Walmart, that stops. So all those tchotchkes that you make, we're not gonna buy them anymore. Yep. You need to hit them where it hurts in their wallet. Then they'll get tough on it. We can't just take their word for it.
The only way you ever get change in this world is by hitting them where it hurts.
One more with Kirby. This is cut 14, guys. He says that we believe that China could be helpful with Iran.
Yeah, they're going to be. Yeah.
Cut 14, guys, go.
More pandas to the United States. So that is certainly good news there. But I wanted to ask you about the President Biden leaning, perhaps, if you could tell us if he did, on Xi Jinping to exert some influence on two countries which China has real influence. And that would be Russia, with the battle with Ukraine, and Iran, the role they're playing in the Middle East. Can you tell us what was said there?
Well, they certainly did talk about the war in Ukraine and, of course, what's going on in the Middle East. China has interest in Europe, and they have interest there in the Middle East as well. They also have conversations with nations that we can't have or don't have, for instance, with Iran. So I won't go into too much of the diplomacy here, but we believe that China could be helpful if they're willing to be helpful with, for instance,
Please
Iran,
be helpful.
and making it clear to Iran that Iran should not escalate this conflict, should not try to take advantage of it, and should stop threatening our troops in Iraq and Syria. And of course, China and Russia have been growing closer together here in recent months. A worrisome, burgeoning defense relationship between those two countries. That said, Jonathan, we have not seen China move forward to provide any lethal capabilities to Russia's army. They haven't obviously condemned the invasion. They're not implementing any sanctions on Russia. They're not really holding Putin accountable. But they also haven't done anything to demonstrably help Russian armed forces on the ground. That we certainly don't want to see them do that. But yes, there was a conversation in general about these two major conflicts in the world and the way that those conflicts are affecting China, the way they're affecting the United States, the way they're affecting our network of allies and partners.
China is a necessary evil from the standpoint of being a necessary business partner with the United States of America. But if you think for 1 second that they have any desire to try to, curtail any other rising threat or escalating tensions, as they mentioned there, Iran, you're sadly mistaken. I will say this, John Kirby, because, and this is not really a compliment, but it's going to come off that way. For an administration that is terrible at public speaking, he's really good at speaking and saying nothing. That was a 2-minute and I believe 22-second clip or thereabouts where and you ever notice too, especially with him, and he's getting a lot of attention lately. He's in front of microphones and cameras a lot with all of the different things going on globally with Joe Biden and him going over whether it's to Israel or having China here. He never gets into any detail. He is the biggest generalizer I've ever seen when it comes to he will literally just speak in circles, and it's actually an art. As bad as Karine Jean-Pierre is, as bad as Kamala Harris is, as Joe Biden is, as everybody else in this administration is, he has actually mastered the art of saying nothing. It is a true skill, by the way.
All right, we should break.
All right, that is it. 9:47. We'll come back, wrap it up with what's on tap for the Dawn Show, who won Twitter and YouTube today, and can we get to 5,000 subscribers on YouTube?
Come on, let's do this.
Before the top of the hour.
Let's do this.
Just do it. We're back after this on Kayal and Company.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Make today the day.
On paper, it says the killer part of the Eagles' schedule is about to begin. But let's take it week by week. Sure, the Chiefs are a handful, but Buffalo, a preseason Super Bowl contender, looks very ordinary. They had a disastrous Monday night loss. Could they and their talented but reckless quarterback rebound? Sure, but right now, they're just 5-5. Remember, one game at a time. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
Hi, this is Joe Mettercher, PNC Bank Regional President. Across the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection, This is the season we gather together with family, friends, and neighbors. It's a time to celebrate all we've achieved and look forward to a new beginning as another year approaches. At PNC, it's also a time when we celebrate and thank everyone across the region for putting your trust in us. From all of us at PNC to all of you, happy holidays. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to all your home improvement needs, trust is everything. And that's why for years, I've been talking about the amazing work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons has done for me and my home. My roof, doors, windows, siding, and yes, remodeling projects. Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, and now baths and kitchens. Emmons is the Delaware Valley's one-stop shop for all of your home improvement needs. Call 856-556-3229 and get a free estimate, or go online to emmonsroofing.com, or even better, come visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. emmonsroofing.com. It's about trust, it's about quality, it's about great work, and that's why me and my family have used them for basically every project we've done to improve our home. emmonsroofing.com.
There are so many terrifying political and economic trends tearing down the global economy. But your retirement does not have to collapse with it. The exclusive crash-proof retirement system guarantees over 5,000 consumers not only survive, but thrive despite market volatility, guaranteeing protected growth that cannot be taken away.
My name is Robert Sims. I live in Levittown, Pennsylvania. The interest credited to my crash-proof retirement system can never be taken from me. With all the debt that the nation has, I am leery of where the economy is going to head long term. I feel good about where I sit with the crash-proof retirement system, regardless of where the economy goes in the next 5 years or so, because it has delivered on its promises.
Register for the next Crash-Proof Retirement educational event at the Falls at the Doubletree in Mount Laurel, New Jersey on December 13th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
We know you're excited because Eagles football is back. With the free Odyssey app, you can jump back and listen to the moments that matter, even if you missed it live. Hear Marks and Reese break down the offense, or listen to Nick Sirianni's interview with the 94 WIP Morning Show.
Yeah, I've been in a game where we scored a touchdown, and I'm fist pumping with the fans. I don't think I've done that since I played college football.
Stay close to the Eagles wherever you are this season. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
It's time to sip a limoncello, maybe a beautiful glass of red wine, from your hotel balcony as you savor the sunset beyond the Isle of Capri. That's right, the Amalfi Coast, Positano, Sorrento, Capri. Join me next spring as we discover the wonderful sights in southern Italy. With my friends from Conservative Tours, nobody does it better than Conservative Tours. The Abbey of Monte Cassino, Pompeii, of course, the ancient sites in Rome as well, all while enjoying a gastronomical event for 12 days of touring. Olive oil production, mozzarella farm, and yeah, the wineries, the tasting sessions. The group dining events Conservative Tours is known for are legendary. 5267. Yeah, 5267. That includes your nonstop airfare while supplies last. Just go to conservativetours.com. Scroll down, you'll see my picture, full itinerary. Yes, my husband, Larry Menti, Michael David, our teen sons, we're going. Or you can call toll-free if you have questions, 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com. You'll find out why so many Italians, the locals, take their vacations in Puglia, Italy's best-kept secret. It's authentically Italian. Conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Dawn Stensland, weekdays 10 till noon. Dom to your Don on noon till 3. Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal Company, 9:53. It's a Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kamala Harris on the cover of People magazine. Very nice. Just saw that pop up on TV.
Oh boy,
There
they're
we
really
go.
pushing this, aren't they?
Oh, they love it.
They're putting her out front and center,
Right.
and there's a reason for
Yes,
it, right?
yes. The
Yep.
passage of time.
Yep.
So when we think about the passage of time, that whole bit.
She loves Venn diagrams.
She does. She does. She loves it all. She loves the Dawn show. Actually, she probably doesn't, but we'll get to it anyway. Dawn's coming up in 6 minutes, and we find out what Ms. Stensland has lined up at the top of the hour.
Yeah, well, we will go through it. There's some new information stemming from the Georgia case. You got to hear this audio. And this is on MSNBC, and somebody who's representing one of the Trump lawyers. And if you listen to what he's saying, it ultimately explains so much. You got to hear it. It's unbelievable to me. And the spin that's happening in the media, how wrong it is. So kudos to MSNBC for doing the actual interview, but ultimately trying to interrupt this attorney who essentially provides an incredible defense for Trump. He's not Trump's attorney. He's an attorney for an attorney in that RICO Georgia case. This is unbelievable and really unwinds everything they're trying to do.
Okay.
So it's must listen. Also, we'll get into the Supreme Court race in Pennsylvania. Just an eye-popping price tag, and it just shows you what was at stake in that one. So much happening here, Philadelphia. Chief Pat Malloy, our friend from Abington PD, we're going to get some exclusives here as we talk to him in the 11 a.m. hour. And then we have a filmmaker that is incredible. History Channel joins us about JFK's assassination.
Ooh.
He's coming up at 10:45. Wow, it's just going to be an awesome show.
I'm hooked for that. Anything
Thank
JFK
you.
assassination,
I know you
love
love
that type of stuff. Those shows get me every time. All right, Greg Stocker, let's find out who won Twitter and YouTube today.
Who won Twitter?
Starting with Twitter first. Sorber67 wins. It says ESPN should do an alternate Taylor Swift cast where there is cameras on her and you can just watch her during the entire game.
How about no?
And Jeremy Burke wins. Hang on, let's do this right.
Who won
YouTube? Jeremy Burke wins YouTube. He says watching Kayal Company on YouTube while driving is the number 2 cause of accidents.
It is.
So there you go.
It is. We are a distraction for sure.
Jeremy Burke wins YouTube, and Sorber67 wins Twitter.
All right, very good. That'll do it for us. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is next, and as John Fetterman would say. Let's try this one more time. As John Fetterman would say.
Good night, everybody.
There we go.
This is Larry Steinhess of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866